And welcome everybody. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. How are you doing? Yeah, I know I got no achievement data. None of them. And that's with redeeming Enter the Cheese Zone every stream, right? So yeah. I'm not a lucky person. So, welcome in everybody. Who do we have here? Welcome in Idling Light, getting the esteemed title of first for today. Clicking faster than light, I barely even saw it. And immediately entering the cheese zone to ransack it for Saint-Agur, getting 29% of it and becoming grand total 45% Saint-Agur. Zeta was second, but that's too late to be first. Welcome in, Zeta. Welcome in, Doran. We have some page in chat. I see Kaz entering the chism to become 26% Parmigiano Reggiano. Oh! Kaz became 101% Parmigiano Reggiano. She would have got the achievement for that. Unfortunately, Doran got there first. He already nibbled on the achievement. Hey, that's the first time that happens, I think, since the achievements exist. Who else do we have? I see Doran boldly entering the cheese zone to become 33% more Roquefort, to become a grand total of 69% Roquefort. Nice. I see Kaz resubbing. Thank you for the resub, Kaz. 27 months. That is so long. I have no picture, but I have chat. Let me... thank you in chat, then. I don't know if you have audio. See some more boopage. Doran self-booping. I clicked super fast. Like my esteemed title of first depended on it, and you did get it, Idling Light. Indeed, indeed. I see a Zeta boldly entering the cheese zone to grab some Tom de Savoie. Ooh, nice. But only coming out with 8% more Tom de Savoie for a grand total of 46%, which is respectable. But yeah, very low roll on that. 8%! Scam! Yeah, you got a little bit scammed by the cheese zone there. That happens. It's still better than 2%. Meanwhile, I'm entering the cheese zone to become 29% Carré du Trièvre. Wasn't that the same cheese last time? I think it was the same cheese. So I am now 57% Carré du Trièvre. Rigged, I say? And I see a flamethrower lurking. Hey, flamethrower, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for lurking in. Yeah, so achievements, you need to either say whose achievements you want to see or what cheese you want to see them for, because, like, eventually, you know, there is like 40 cheese in the cheese list. We have several levels of achievements for each cheese. So, like, this full list could be potentially several hundreds of names long. So you need to narrow it down a little bit because you can't get everything. But yeah, so for example, if we do achievements for Zeta, Zeta has the 100% achievement for Roblochon, Mimolette, Coulommiers, and Fourme d'Ambert. That's very cheesy. While Idling Light has the achievement for Mondor, which is not bad, very good cheese to have the achievement for. And Doran for Parmigiano Reggiano, as we've seen earlier. So yeah, I have none of them. I have no achievement. Yeah, cheese grab is a little bit OP. but that's intentional. Like if you want to go for an achievement that gives you a chance even if you started late, because what I wouldn't want would be for somebody to come in and be like, oh, but like I got late on the cheese list game and I have no chance of grabbing anything. That's not true. There are like 50 cheese in the cheese list. We have what, maybe 10 achievements. That means in basically 5 streams you can get potentially an achievement. So even if you have never grabbed, never entered the cheese zone or anything like that, using grab a cheese, if there is a cheese you want in the list, of course, you want the achievement for, you do have a chance to get it. And unless somebody who's like ahead of you is targeting it, then it's random, you know. And if, like me, you don't mind, like I'm just doing enter the G zone every time because I want to like, participate in that. But I don't necessarily want the achievements for me, because as the streamer, I think it's better if you guys have them. And so, yeah, because of that, it means that I'm less likely to get an achievement unless I get lucky on one cheese, you know, but I'm not targeting something specifically. So every time I'm picking between 50 different cheese at random, plus I get a random amount, it's not super likely to happen. Let's just say that. So yeah, that's basically the calculation on that. Also keeping note of your cheese list. Yeah, so like using the cheese list to see what you're ahead on, using achievements to know if like you want to target a cheese, if somebody got it or not. Using grab a cheese, you can pretty easily be in the competition, you know. Oh, I see a Mark. Hey, Mark, how are you doing? Entering the cheese zone to grab some door. Not grab, but randomly nibble on something, because Mark loves cheese. It doesn't matter what cheese, does it? Actually, Mark, that's a good question. I've heard you love cheese. What's your favorite type of cheese? Or what's your favorite cheese? Tell me about it. Yeah, you got 24% Mont d'Or today. Not bad. I do like a good Mont d'Or. Not necessarily by itself, but like Mont d'Or cooked with potatoes and some charcuterie. So nice. Like Mont d'Or, like you pin it with some garlic, you put some white wine, like you dig a little hole inside, you put some white wine, you put that in the oven. You cook some potatoes on the side, and like you serve the steamed potatoes. You take a scoop of Mont d'Or in your plate on top of the potatoes and some charcuterie. Chef's kiss. Very good winter dish. I need to do that. Oh, I'm hungry now. I just ate and I'm hungry. Oh, dang it. Mark looks for Kaz. Mark, I need you. Oh, hi, what's up? My Twitch won't load properly and I have a black screen. Oh, no. Ooh. May have been log out and relog into Twitch, or clearing the cache and cookies. Yeah, maybe. I should have a top for cheese. That's the problem, is... you mean like get like the list of who's on top for a certain cheese? Top 5 with each cheese? We could do that. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let me write that down in the list of commands I want to work on. Maybe I could get achievements and top 5 also for reaching a certain general amount of cheese too. That could be nice to reward the people who are very regularly in the cheese zone. Very astute with it. That could be nice too. Achievements but. Achievement of the month? That's not a bad idea either. Yeah, I do like that, Mark. I would need to keep a separate list. A monthly list to know like when people, because right now I'm just tracking like how much cheese is each person. I'm not tracking when anyone got, but I could have like a monthly list. That could be something we could do. That's not a bad idea either. I'm writing these ideas down. We can have a cheese scoreboard locked every month. And achievement for cheese gives you who got it when. With dates? We could do that, yeah. To use grab a cheese in that way, you'd need the info on what cheese, an achievement, on what cheese you don't have an achievement on. What you could do could be like you get a random cheese and then you check the achievements for that cheese, for example. And you're like, is this attainable or not? And you see based on other users in chat who's targeting something or not. For example, you know that Hebe will always be targeting, I think it's Brie she's targeting every time. So maybe it will be hard for somebody to catch up on Brie. Although, like, you never know. It's up to randomness then, but yeah. Yeah, top 5 with percentages. We could have like overall achievements, like total percentage of cheese. Yeah. No, what Doran means, Idling Light, is you can type the command cheese list, and what will happen is that my account will whisper to you which cheese you are, how much of percent of each cheese you are. And so you can see like what's your highest cheese, for example. And then you could look at the achievements for that, or one cheese where you're high in. You mean testing for achievements in the list you get? I'm not seeing any indication there which cheese are achieved there. Yes, you need several commands to do that. The fundamental problem with these commands is it's a lot of cheese, it's a lot of users, and like if I want to post everything in chat at once, it's too much, right? So you need to pick and choose the info you get. Because even like if I post it in a DM or something like that, it's a lot of information to pass. Even giving you like who's got the highest amount of each cheese, or like what's the highest amount of each cheese is and how much you have. That's already 2 numbers for 50 different cheese. That's 100 numbers to give you, plus the names. So it would be a lot, and it might just be too much, you know? Still no pictures, still you logged out and back in and did the cookies thing. Oh my god. Ad blocker thing? Oh, it's on Edge? TB is 500% Brie by now? No, I don't think she's even 200%. I think nobody got a 200% achievement so far. So it's not that bad. Yeah, you need to ask for 1 cheese at a time, Eileen Light, for the achievement list. Yeah, it's, you know, it's hard to do something that's universally convenient. You're just going for the next highest one, you don't have 100% in yet. Yeah, that and for so far, that's a fine strategy because there are not that many people who have high scores of cheese yet. So far it's a pretty fine strategy. It's time to build a database and make scoreboard public as well as all cheese lists. I mean, I could just set up a website with a database and we can just go look. I need to set up a server for that. The achievement return list might do a little star after the cheese not yet taken, perhaps. Yeah, but like there are 200% achievements, there are 300% achievements. I think, I don't remember which levels of achievements there are. But there are like, even if the 100% achievement is taken, you can go for a higher tier achievement. And you can get a higher tier achievement. So, like, what does taken mean, you know? That would be a little output in comparison, not sure about other side effects. Still no picture. Oh my god, Kaz, I'm so sorry. I have no idea what to tell you. Are you on phone or computer? No, you said on Edge, so you may be on computer. Have you tried another browser, for example? You heard me reading your message about public scoreboard and Mrs. distracted you. What did I answer? I mean, it would be doable. Technically, I have... Well, it's spread around several databases, but I could consolidate that. So technically it would be doable. Problem is I'd need to set up a server for that. Currently, Firebot is running off my computer, which is not always on. So if I wanted to set up a website, etc., I need to set up a server. Oh no, Hebe does have 200% Brie. Oh, interesting, I didn't know. I didn't realize she... Oh yeah, she did get it recently, didn't she? Yeah, Mastani, you need to provide a name to the achievement common. Hey, how are you doing? Welcome in, Mastani. But yeah, I mean, it would be doable, maybe in the future. The thing is, if I did set up a website, currently I don't know what else I would put on it, and it feels like it's relatively little content for a whole website, you know? Boop. we are way too invested in this. No, I love it. I absolutely love it. You're just the right amount of invested. I mean, that's... I don't know if you realize how happy that makes me, that this thing I worked pretty hard on. It's a lot of coding, it's very complex commands. There are some things that I had to like go and do like some actual code to, for example, for the achievements. Like with commands, it would be, I think I did some code because with commands it would just be like too much. So like it's a lot of work to set up all that, and the fact that you guys love it, you have no idea how happy that makes me. Because that's the goal, right? If it's to do something and nobody uses it, then it's like, oh, that's a bit sad, you know? Oh, you have picture, nice, Kaz! Congrats! What did you do? What succeeded? Welcome in. We haven't even started the game yet. That's a... wow, that's a 25-minute just chatting, chat. That might be a record for us. I know it's nowhere near Jesse's record, who did manage to do a 4-hour just chatting session of the game last stream. And then she gave up on it because she was like, I won't be able to focus on it. We won't do that. I have plans for today. I have big plans actually for today. We won't do that. But yeah, wow. That's quite a chatting session we made. Mark, did I miss your answer? What's your favorite cheese? And that's true for all of chat. Mark is cheese all of them. The cheese you have to eat. That's fair, that's fair. My favorite cheese might be reblochon. But in a dish, reblochon is not a cheese I eat very much raw. I cook it a lot of the time. Roquefort is a very good one. Hang on, I enabled the name of that cheese. Oh god. Hang on, I need a cheese list. I need a cheese list. I have so bad memory. Where is the cheese list? Gorgonzola is a good one. Saint-Félicien is the one I was thinking about that I really like. Cheese cheat, right? Ooh, 7-stream streak, Mastani. Nice, thank you for streaking. While we are on the topic of cheese, what cheese have you bought for fondue? It was lovely and local as far as you remember. Oh, a local cheese for fondue? I bought the mix for the market, unsure exactly what the vendor used. Traditionally, fondue would be a mix between Emmental, Abondance, and Gruyère, I think. I think traditionally that's what it's supposed to be. I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure about Emmental and Abondance. I'm not sure the third one is Gruyère, but I think it is. Saint-Albret is a new one you really like. Oh, I don't know Saint-Albret. Interesting. Mix between cheese and wine. Wine should be in every cheese. Yeah, wine goes very well. White wine goes very well with cheese. Or a sweet, fruity red wine, but white wine is generally better. You seems that X available, then better X unavailable. Thing seems to be slightly country specific. Offering a Germanish version, a cheese in my hand is better than a cheese on the roof. Oh, it's a funny one. Because it could fly away, you see, original with birds. Is that a reference to... I wonder now, is that a reference to... Well, I don't know if it's well known in Germany, actually, les Fables de La Fontaine. La Fontaine Fables. La Fontaine... He's very well known in France, of course. Basically, he wrote fables with animals. That were basically a political comment on royalty. So, at the time when we had kings, and a very well-known one that basically every French kid learns in primary school would be The Fox and the Raven, where you have a raven who has a cheese in his beak, and the fox who's like saying a nice thing to him to get him to drop the cheese. Basically. Maître Corbeau, sur un arbre perché, tenait dans son bec un fromage. Maître Renard, par l'odeur alléchée, lui tint à peu près ce langage. Yeah, I even still know the beginning. So yeah, basically every kid learns about the La Fontaine fables in France and learns generally The Fox and the Raven. Is one of the ones we classically learn. Hey, bonjour, Monsieur du Corbeau. Yep. Si, Mastani knows it. Que vous êtes joli, que vous me semblez beau. Si votre ramage est à l'égard de se rapporte à votre plumage, vous êtes sans conteste le parangon des hôtes de ces bois. Oh, le phénix? Maybe le phénix. Le corbeau, par ses mots alléchés. So yeah, I kind of wonder if the German saying, like, the idea that the cheese could fly away might be a reference to that. It could very well be. LLM and Wikipedia implies there might be a similar English version in Bird in the Hand is worth two in the bush. Oh yeah, I did hear that one. But like it's a bird, it's not... Right, it's more a reference to hunting in this case. I'm going to have to do a reading of... let me... Here we go. Le corbeau et le renard. Maître corbeau sur un arbre perché tenait dans son bec un fromage. Maître renard, par l'odeur alléchée, lui tint à peu près ce langage. « Eh, bonjour, monsieur du corbeau, que vous êtes joli, que vous me semblez beau. Sans mentir, si votre ramage se rapporte à votre plumage, vous êtes le phénix des hôtes de ces bois. » À ces mots, le corbeau ne se sent pas de joie, et pour montrer sa belle voix, il ouvre un large bec, laisse tomber sa proie. Le renard s'en saisit et dit « Mon bon monsieur, apprenez que tout flatteur vit aux dépens de celui qui l'écoute. Cette leçon vaut bien un fromage sans doute. » Le corbeau, honteux et confus, jura, mais un peu tard, que l'on ne lui prendrait plus. We have bloated in the hand is better than crane in the sky. So, like, a small bird you caught is better than a big bird you didn't catch, right? That one translates to French, two birds with one stone. Yeah. Le corbeau et le renard is a critic of falling to flattery, yeah. You had to learn one about the cricket and the ant, yeah. Yeah. That's one we learned classically as well. La cigale and la fourmi. Look for subtitles. Well, Mastani just did the subtitles. Most of them, at least. Was that off the top of your head, Mastani? I'm wondering. How do you guys speak French differently? Mastani definitely speaks French differently, maybe different accent. Yeah, accents. We have some very strong regional accents in France. Yeah, I know, for example, I have some sounds that I pronounce differently than most people because of regional accent. Like, my O is very close to an A, so A. So, for example, if I pronounce rose, normally it's supposed to be rose, and for me it's almost sounds like raz when I pronounce it. And that's very much regional accent. Hey Sven, how are you doing? Hope we are all doing great. I'm doing great, thank you. How are you doing? Hey lady first, hello. Off topic, I speak English so well. How long did it take me to learn it? I started learning English in... what? 5e? How old are you in 5e? Like 10, 12? When I started learning, but... So there are several things about it. like the first language I actually started learning in school. Well, I did a little bit of like language learning in primary school, but that was very minimal. But other than that, like the first language I started actually learning was German. And then I started English. And I felt like learning English is much easier than learning German because we are surrounded by English, like in songs, etc. And so English is a language you can pick up pretty easily, in my opinion, just because you hear it a lot. And like you have a lot of opportunities to hear English. Like you can go to a movie and watch it in English in a cinema, for example. There are a lot of like original versions subtitled in French projections in cinemas. So and same like for streaming services, etc. You have a lot of opportunities to just listen to stuff in English. When it comes to speaking English, the thing is I've been working in research, and so for like the past decade, I've worked a lot of the time speaking English daily with my colleagues. So it's not necessarily like British English people, it's like people from all around the world. So we all have a slightly broken English when we speak together in different ways depending on the nationalities. But nonetheless, we all like speak constantly in English together. And like when you work in research, every document you read is in English. Every document you write almost is in English. Like most of your work happens in English, basically. So yeah, I think that's the main reason I speak English well. And before that, it's pretty easy to pick up understanding English well because you have so many opportunities to get exposed to English. And obviously Twitch is a super helpful tool for that, to learn to like write in English in a way that feels natural, because you use it when you use it daily on Twitch. Like, yeah. You obviously you're going to pick up at the start. A lot of the time you're like, hey, I never heard that, what does that mean? Or what's this saying, or something like that, and eventually it becomes natural to you, just intuitively. So yeah, my French sounds heavier than Mastani, like less musical. Don't get me wrong, it still miles away from melody of English language. That's absolutely possible. It also depends. I suppose it might sound differently. Like, I mean, I suppose for people from different origins, we're always gonna sound slightly different. But maybe they will receive it differently based on where they're from, you know? Maybe what sounds more musical to you might be less musical to somebody from a different origin, would be my guess. Which is a good tool to get to the hang of English, yeah. Using it to discuss all sorts of topics, absolutely. Twitch, I mean, for me, it's true for like any language. You can learn it any amount of time at school. Like, for example, I learned for like 10 years German in school. I'm not able to speak German. Why? Because I don't use it. I've not used it for like almost 20 years at this point. If I did use it every day, yeah, obviously I would be able to speak it and write it and listen to it and read it. I can barely read it anymore. I might be able to pick up like some parts of sentences in German if I read it, but like mostly I would need to relearn it. But the fact that I learned it once probably means that I would have an easier time picking it back up a second time, you know? You know quite a lot of words just by hearing, so it becomes a different problem when you need to type these words. Yeah. It's just your impression. You can barely speak your native tongue nowadays. You forgot everything you knew. I have the problem in French sometimes. There are times where I'm struggling with words in French, which is quite an interesting problem to have. After the day in Germany to speak it again, but do not ask me to speak it now. I will never write it though. Yeah, that's like, I think like the easiest skill is to read. Because you can pick up words and like put them together or maybe even, yeah, I think read. Then listen because of the contextual, especially if you have the person in front of you, you need very little to understand what they mean if they're in front of you. I had a thing in Japan. I went in Japan when I was at school. I didn't know any Japanese at all. I went 6 months there for an internship. And with just a few words, you manage to speak together. It's very, very impressive. Like just how much information you can convey with like just hand gestures and face expressions and a few words here and there. Because Japanese people have kind of the same problems that French people have in English. At least like my generation and before. French people were taught English quite late. It has changed. But yeah. Like French people didn't speak very well English, or like had learned it but like wouldn't very much use it, you know. So and it's kind of the same in Japan. So unless you meet people who actively use it in their everyday lives, most people won't speak English or understand English. Or very little of it at least. So it becomes quite a challenge to communicate when like you have no common language. But yeah, that's a kind of context where you're like, well, I have no choice, so I'll try. And you realize just how much from contextual clues you can get. You had the same thing after your leukemias. You were more present online than offline and lost some of your French, yeah. Also, English has very few rules, like all nouns will have slightly different spellings depending on, to explain, and potentially slightly arbitrary rules about how they are used in that sentence specifically. Looking at you, German. You wonder if English school children are just finished with learning after a few years of learning English. You don't know, would be nice, I guess. What I always find impressive with English is how much, like, when you read a word, you cannot know in English how it's pronounced. There are no rules, basically, on how it's pronounced based on how it's written. And that makes learning English quite hard, because you even see, like, native British or American people who encounter a new word And all of a sudden, they're like, wait, how is that supposed to be pronounced? And it's kind of mind-boggling to me. Like in French, we have the reverse problem. You hear a word, you don't necessarily know how to write it. Exactly. But you read a word, you know how to pronounce it, you know? Expressions. Hey, Fire, how are you doing? Welcome in. You can survive English only in rural France, not a chance. I'm sure it's possible. Not English only, but like coming in knowing very little French. Like as long as you're willing to like learn a few things and etc. I'm sure it's possible because like people are going to try to communicate with you, and if you're putting in the effort to communicate with them, you can make it work. Because, as I said, you can communicate with very, very few words. The problem in general in France is that people who are not used to talking in English are afraid to talk in English. So they're going to try to avoid talking to you. That's the main problem that you encounter. But if you can get past that barrier, I'm sure it's possible to survive knowing very few common words. English has rules? I know, right? That's what my English teacher taught me in France. Read. Good luck picking up which was which. Lots of rules. German spelling seemed more consistent to me compared to English. Yeah, I agree. German spelling is a lot more consistent, although like it's still one thing that I'm still very puzzled by with German is genders of words. Like how is daughter a neutral word? That's one that always tripped me up. Like, how is it das Mädchen? Why? Why is something that's definitely feminine not feminine gender? If you're gonna go through all the effort to have a feminine, neutral, and masculine gender, why won't you assign a feminine gender to something that designates a feminine object? Like, there are some things that are neither masculine or feminine, then like, maybe you assign it neutral, okay. I'd say assign it neutral in this case. But like, daughter? How is it neutral? That's weird to me. You hear the letters, what's the letter? That's how it works in Russian. Oh, interesting. So it's like one-to-one between like sounds and writing both ways, like in Finnish, then. Interesting. You learn English in the US, where rules are never explained. You were told, this is how it's supposed to be. Yeah. You would have to ask Blanca that one. Probably there's somehow about cheese too. Wait, what? This conversation... Hey, Fatal All, by the way. This conversation is making you think of the Spanish servant from 40 Towers. I speak English very well. I learned it from a book. I never heard that one. That's a good one. You agree? Cheese rules. Ah, okay, I see. No, I got it. Oh, same for Hungarian. Oh, I didn't know that. Everything is written phonetically except for a few old names for historical reasons. Yeah. Speaking barrier is a common thing all over the world with any foreign language. Yeah, a speaking barrier is definitely a thing all over the world. No, it can be easier to get around it depending on the culture. Because people maybe in some cultures will make more effort to try to get around their side of the language barrier and meet you up in the middle. I found that like very easy in Japan, for example, because if you ask people for help, culturally it's kind of their duty to help you. So they will put in a lot of effort to try to understand you, and if they can't, to try to find somebody who can understand you, you know? They won't just say, like what happens a lot in France, if you don't speak French and you're talking in English to somebody, people might say, like, just try to avoid the conversation, so play it like they don't want to help you just because they're afraid of trying to get around the language barrier. So in that sense, I feel that in Japan it was much easier than it might be like for a foreign person in France, because they would put a lot more effort to get around their side of the language barrier. Netchan isn't daughter, yes, sorry, Fire. Girl, yes. Is daughter... I have it on the tip of my tongue. Torte or something? I think. It's so far. But yeah, I was talking about das Mädchen. No, I want cheese and regret not getting a snack cheese today. Always get a snack cheese before coming into my stream. You can get into the cheese zone and grab some cheese. That's always a possibility. To bounce on what Astor said, the French education system heavily insists on not failing. Either do it well or don't, which leads to people not even trying by fear of failing. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. Girls are genderless until they're married to a man. They can keep their daddy does them though. That's a lot of genders. What's funny is how close that is to Latin. Despite German not being that related to Latin, that's something that I don't know where that comes from. If it comes from die Tote. Right, thank you. Which is feminine, yeah. But still, das Mädchen should be feminine, for me. Interestingly, almost all languages seem to have this idea that in this language, writing and spelling are synced up. Once experienced a pronunciation trainer offering to a group to disprove that for every language we care to name it. A participant was like, but it's really like that in, I think, Croatian. Trainer, no, what about Croatian character 1? Participant, what? Oh, never thought about it. There will always be some oddities, that's just a natural function of a living language. I think. It's like people will import words from other languages, and it will mix with other languages, or people will invent words, and it won't be based on rules, right? It will be based on vibes for the most part. So then what do you do with that? For example, for a lot of English words that have been imported into French, the spelling will be like the French version of the English spelling, which is like mispronounced English. What the heck do you do with that? That doesn't follow any rules, you know? In English, you have a rule I before E except after C, as in neighbor and way. There are more instances of English words that break the rule than follow it. Yeah, it's like irregular verbs. That's something that's always been funny to me. All the verbs you use in English are irregular. What the heck does that mean then? How are they irregular? If all of them are like this. If you write down A instead of O in Russian, you will be considered mistaken, but it will not change the meaning of the word, it will be written wrong. That being said, you have huge region in sentence construction as well as verb forms, which makes Russian crazily complicated to learn. But reading and writing is easy compared to even English. Interesting. For some extent, yes, but if you just read everything phonetically in Hungarian, they might think you have some weird accent, but for some English words, they wouldn't even be recognizable if someone would do the same. Yeah. An hour of just chatting, guys, we should pause. I'll start to play the game. Yeah, I need to play the game. That was supposed to be Kappa. Or push him to continue and try to beat Jesse's 4 hours record. Oh god. You know that, like, we have plans for today. We'll do them no matter what. We will play the game. Even if it takes us all night. An hour of chatting record. Yeah, definitely a record at that point. Oh my god. I love it though. I love it. That's a very interesting conversation we're having. And I absolutely love that we as a community have reached that point where I can have a conversation.
What are you talking about? It's just a little cutie.
I got jump scared by Maple here. I'm getting bonked. Oh no, not the sleepers. But yes, German people can also pronounce German words that they encounter in writing for the first time, and the attempts will be similar. That's not the same as character or one-to-one sync pronunciation. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same in French. Like, you have a few exceptions. We have a saying which is the exception that makes the rule. So, like, every rule has exceptions, obviously. Just as I said, it's a living language, and it has developed exceptions. But, like, that's actually quite fascinating to me because of the environment I've worked in, where I've worked with a lot of foreigners. They come to France and they take English lessons, French lessons, sorry, a lot of the time to try to learn the language. Sometimes it's even required of them, so part of like how they're funded or something like that, that can be a requirement. So they come in and they take French lessons, and so often we'll have discussions with them about French language, and they'll come back from the lessons being like, wait, so how does this work, right? And asking for clarifications or stuff like that. And what's very fascinating to me is a lot of the time I've been in cases where they were like, yes, so I learned about this pronunciation rule, but it's not clear to me. I'm like, wait, there was a rule for that? Oh, I didn't remember. But there are a lot of stuff where there are rules, and we as French speakers don't remember the rules and we just do it automatically. And then we're like, yeah, but there are no rules for that. And you check and it's like, yeah, there is. I start streaming all night. Wait, that's different from other streams? No, not also, not the whole night stream. No, I shouldn't. But it might happen, you know? Definitely not use Nick. You assume Finnish and Estonian are similar, given they're in the same group, yeah. French as Verlan. You don't need to know more. Yeah, so Verlan is, yeah, but like Verlan is not like official French, but yeah. Interestingly, it's, historically, it was a language used by criminals, actually. Where basically, so Verlan is l'envers, which means reversed. And basically, it's you take syllables of the words and you switch them. That gives you Verlan. And that like became part of the popular culture. So it exists. It's not commonly used. Although like there are some slangs that directly derive from it. It's commonly used in slang, but not in like common language. But that's it. It's kind of funny that at some point criminals were like, "Hey, if I just switch the syllables, people definitely won't understand me. The police won't have any idea what I'm doing." And I suppose at the time it made sense. But, like, from a modern perspective, it's like, what? How can you believe that's gonna be enough? An official French was described by Old Fart for Old Farts. I mean, yes, that very much is true, but also it's the basis of what we learn in school. It is what we learn in school. Like the French Academy was created to unify the French language, to say what is the official version of the French language that everybody has to learn. And so yeah, it's like by Old Farts for Old Farts. But also, it's what we end up learning. Hey Spud, how are you doing? Welcome in. You misheard and thought I was saying French was a language used by criminals? I thought for a minute you defected. Yeah, definitely. I'm a sweet criminal. How is it going, Spud? Alright, shall we start the game? Like we have broken the title screen long ago. Shall we start the save? And at least get around to telling you what the plans are for today, if nothing else. You good? How am I? I'm doing great. We're an hour into the stream and we are just starting the game. People have been using codes and distortions of the language as far back as history goes. Yeah, and then that makes it back into the language, and that's how you create exceptions, right? But even Verlan, like that's the funny part. You read it, you can pronounce it in French. There are very few words like you can't know the pronunciation of from reading them. I think for the most part it's foreign imported words, like yacht or stuff like that. Like yacht, if you read it as you would in French, because it's become part of the French language, If you read it normally, you'd pronounce it yasht, or maybe yak. It's a weird word. Hydrate, thank you, Doran. Guys, I'm already almost out of coffee. You're gonna have to take a break to make more coffee soon. Oh, and a stretch. Yeah. Exactly, Doran. Yasht. Game? What is this? You see, we were talking about achievements. What are achievements, you ask? Let me tell you. Yeah, very ADHD conversation, isn't it? This all started from achievements. Well, actually, let me tell you what achievements are. If you are new to the stream, first of all, welcome in. Don't hesitate to drop a follow. For more riveting Alchemy Factory content, I swear we are going to come to the game. And achievements are something you can redeem once a stream to get into the cheese zone and become a little bit more of one of the cheese in the list. And if you become the first to be 100% of a certain cheese, you get an achievement for that. If you're the first to reach 200% of that cheese, you get an achievement for that, etc, etc. So yeah. Once per stream, you can either enter the cheese zone to get a random cheese, and you get 20 to 30% of a cheese in average, of a random cheese, or you can grab a cheese from the cheese zone, and you get a little bit less of a reward, around 20% in average, but you target a specific cheese. First hour only talking, Alastor is a secret Fa. Alastor is a lot less survival, more math than Fa. Yeah. I am more... So yeah, the games I play are, I would say in general, puzzle games, and that includes factory building, city building, colony building stuff, and like more traditional puzzle games like Blueprints. That's the core of what we're playing here. Although I will occasionally branch out into other games. We've played recently a little bit of Project Zomboid. We've played some Subnautica. This kind of stuff. Oh, welcome in. Thank you, Sven, for demonstrating by entering the cheese zone and becoming 27% Comté. Nice. And so yeah, we have a whole set of commands. We have the channel point redeems, enter the cheese zone and grab a cheese. That can be redeemed once per stream. You can't redeem both. It's like one or the other, although like the second one doesn't technically become disabled. The bot will automatically reject and refund you if you try to do the second one. We have achievements. You can see the achievements that either a person has or the achievements that we have for a cheese. So for example, if you want to see... I need to type into chat if I want to do that. If we want to see the achievements for Camembert, we see that there is no achievement for Camembert at the moment. So like if you're the first to reach 100% Camembert, you will get the achievement. You can have exclamation mark cheese list to get a list DM'd to you of like what cheese you are and what percentage. I think that's it. Let me check actually. Are there other commands about the cheese zone? Yeah, that's it. That's it. And we might introduce more. That's something we're designing together. So, today, we're going to be working on advanced fertilizer. I have been brainstorming a lot of things. And yeah, so let me show you around the factory, maybe. So this is my bedroom, this is Cody's bedroom, or to-do list. Over here we are making pulleys, 2 per second, and Jupiters, and like half of the Jupiters are going to the knowledge altar, half of them are getting sent back to the shop. Down here, maybe that's a good viewpoint. We are working on like ropes, linen, health potions, bandages, all this kind of stuff. Taking plants from down there. We're going to go and have a little bit of a closer look at that. Over here we have soap making right above the shop. You see the shop is right here. So yeah, we have all the flax and like health-based stuff over here. Then down here we have all the plants being grown. And we have this little setup which allows me to get fertilizer up from downstairs where we are producing fertilizer. And over here we're working on steel and iron stuff. This is my mortars and stone. This is all my gears and wood. Isn't the game very loud? Hang on. That sound is very loud. Let's go maybe 80%. Maybe 70. That's better, I think. Is my alchemy factory even working? Yeah, it is. It is. See, we are 43% satisfaction of the customers. And you see items being sent around. So over here is where we are providing everything to the customers. So we're shooting everything basically except from these ones which still need to get reworked from the top. So all the products are making their way eventually on this floor. You'll see something in pretty much every floor. We can see it here from the bottom. I fell down, hang on. You will see this trim around the top. That is for distributing money around. And we have these little columns that are for getting items up and down. And so you see they take the form of these columns here. So for example here, fertilizer and fuel are getting sent from the lower floor here. They're getting shot into here and then they make their way up there. And that's how I bring them to the soap setup. And so you see here we have money being conveyed around. And so if we look inside of that, you can see that it's used to elevate money up and down. And it stops basically on each floor. That's something we designed last stream. I'm very proud of that. Let me close it back up. Here we go. Let's head downstairs. And so over here, we have fertilizers, basic fertilizers set up. So we have 4 times this setup where we are producing charcoal powder behind here. We have these 3 plants of sage that feed this whole row of crucibles by making plant ash, and then these are crushed stones to make quicklime powder, and they get mixed up together into basic fertilizer, and so we have 4 times this setup. And over here, one of the last builds, well, big builds we designed, we have cork powder that's being made by these 3 setups. And again, you see like this whole trim around distributing money everywhere. And over here is where we are primarily processing money. Which comes from the cashiers. So we send money in here, we can introduce it manually. So if I put money in here...
Fight my minion.
Ooh, that's a rarely used one. And so yeah, that's being sent to the money distribution system, and everything that's too much is being sent back here. So we have a lot of money in storage, and like yeah, money is getting shot around from build to build. Over here we have a little manual vitality potion setup that Cody had set up. We're not really using it because it's not being sent to the shop. Over here we have bricks and clay and glass that are being made, and that's basically the last 2 builds that need to be reworked before I can close this part of the shop to have it pretty much isolated from the factory floor, which is kind of my goal here. Yeah, you see that pretty much everything's being stocked up, except from vitality potions, which we are not trying to stock up. But other than that, everything's working by itself, and we're making quite a little bit of money. I missed quite a bit of chat, didn't I? Speaking of factory building, Factorio stream when... Well, this game has made me get the itch to get back to Factorio too. I've been wanting to get back to Factorio, to Blueprints. We have Aloft, we did 1 stream of, and I definitely want to get back to. We have so many games going on. We'll see once I'm done with the addiction. Ooh, another stretch. Thank you, Mark. Ah, ooh, that cracked. What have you done? What are we going to do? We are going to go the second... Wait, what? What have you done? We are going to go the second circle. Hmm? I don't get it. Yeah, you can get a list of commands. Using commands. Let me... What was this green hue? Did you see that, chat? Did you see a green cloud over here? Or was it just me? Maybe I hallucinated it. How do I do that? Yeah, but I need to get in here if I want to scroll chat. The game is starting! No! No, we just have avoided mentioning proverbs, and we should be... To avoid mentioning proverbs, and we should be fine. Ooh! Yeah, that's one of the commands I need to work on, Doran, the smell command. I need to find more IDs to It's supposed to give you like random answers, but I think there's just one right now in the list. So I need to work on that. Why is nothing flying? Because everything's backed up. I calculate the best cheese. No, I'm hungry too, and all out of cheese. Oh my. Game's loud, yeah. Is it still loud? 70% is good. Okay, good. Yeah, some songs are not well equalized, I feel. Alright, Mark, what's a Ultra 9 290HX Plus? Ooh, yeah, no idea. Intel CPU? It's nighttime, there are no customers buying stuff. Yeah, that too, like when there are no customers, obviously nothing is getting shot around. Even PM for the customers are all gone, especially with low reputation. Like, one of my goals is to get this back up to 100% here. And to do that, we need to provide everything. Coke powder? No, Coke powder. We spoke about that last time. Doran's getting bonked. Yeah, bonk is one of the rarely used commands, I feel. Calzone is in the oven. Ooh, way too late, but sorting and packing stuff is exhausting. Yeah, fair. Foundry would be in 3D. Chat love. Yeah. Cookies for chat. Thank you, Kez. Definitely not stolen from the Pungeon's private Hebe cookie jar. There was something great. Okay, I didn't hallucinate it. Thank you. We need overproduction. There's no turquoise. Yeah, so you see, because I have researched turquoise and I'm not producing it, they're complaining about it. So right now we need to produce turquoise, we need to produce transformation potions, and I think that's it to please them. But before we do that, I really want to work on advanced fertilizer. So that's what we're going to be starting with for today. And that's going to be a pretty involved process. I don't know if we're going to have time to do other things. We will see. Where should we do the design? Probably over here. We have a bunch of space. Stream plan, yeah. So let's talk about the plants, shall we? Let's see. So yeah, we need to make advanced fertilizer. And to do that, we need to assemble basic fertilizer and gloom fungus. How do we get gloom fungus? We get gloom fungus by cutting on the table saw rotten logs, right? So we're going to need to buy rotten logs, put it on the table saw, cut it into gloom fungus, and then mix it with basic fertilizer. Our setup for fertilizer, for basic fertilizer, produces, well, before it's getting consumed by the sage. And that's basically what you need, the minimal you need to do to be on ratio. So you need like 3 plants of sage that you burn into crucibles to make plant ash. And then you need 3 stone cutters that to, well, crush limestone chunks into stones that you then put into crucibles to do quicklime. And then you grind it down into quicklime powder. And then you mix the two into 4 different machines that each produce 15 basic fertilizer per minute. So in grand total, we are producing 60 fertilizer per minute. And like each of these plants do consume 5 basic fertilizer per minute. But if we feed them advanced fertilizer, it's obviously gonna consume less. But whatever we get at the output is these 60 fertilizers we're producing that we need to then convert to advanced fertilizer to first feed the plants, and then whatever's left is outputted, right? So we need to make the gloom fungi for consuming 60 basic fertilizer per minute. So how much gloom fungi is that? Well, 60 basic fertilizer per minute is 1 per second. So we're going to need 4 assemblers assembling 1 basic fertilizer per second with 1 gloom fungus per second. So we need 1 gloom fungus per second. And we are producing in these machines 1 gloom fungus every 10 seconds, right? So we need 10 table saws working to feed that build. And these 10 table saws are gonna be producing so that would be let's see, calculate 160 planks per 400 seconds times 10, right? So that's gonna be 4 planks per second. Is that correct? I think that's correct. So these 10 table saws are going to be providing 4 planks per second, aka 2 full belts of planks. And if we want the build to keep working, we need to consume these planks. So what to do? Well, we can use planks to make cork powder, right? Do we have a trash can? We could trash can them, but that would be wasted money. We can make cork powder with them. Because cork powder, how do we make cork powder? Well, we grind down cork, and cork is charcoal powder in the ethanatone, and charcoal powder is ground down charcoal, and ground down charcoal is plunked into crucible, right? So that's my plan, basically. What we're going to do is we're going to have basic fertilizer, 10 table saws to provide fungi that we mix with the basic fertilizer to make advanced fertilizer. Then we can use that to feed the nurseries and take whatever's left out as advanced fertilizer that can be used upstairs by the plants. And then we have 2 belts of wood that go out, and we feed them to cork powder builds that can take the planks and transform them into fuel that we can use to fuel these furnaces, because right now this is being fueled by charcoal powder. So and like whatever's left can be used to fuel the factory, obviously. Currently we have a lot of builds making coke. So one thing, well, 2 things. I have a few design rules I have in mind for what I want to do. We're going to need to completely redesign the basic fertilizer and the coke powder setups. Why is that? Because I want this build, so like this build currently starts basically here and ends there. That's very wide, right? I want this to be 9 wide. Why is this? Because my planting setups are 9 wide. and because I think we can achieve 9 wide too. So I want to redesign basic fertilizer to be 9 wide. I want to redesign cork powder to be 9 wide too. And also, so that's a problem. If we replace these builds by advanced fertilizer setups, right? So we replace all the basic fertilizer production by advanced fertilizer, all the cork powder by the cork powder from the basic fertilizer, from the advanced fertilizer setups. What happens if, for example, we don't need as much advanced fertilizer as we have capacity for? Well, everything stops over here, right? And when everything stops, we stop producing planks. And when we stop producing planks, we stop producing cork powder. So maybe we won't be producing enough fuel anymore because we are not producing enough fertilizer anymore. So I don't want that to happen. So my plan here is that we are going to design a cork powder setup that can prioritize consuming the planks from the fertilizer setup. Over consuming the internally produced planks, but that can also produce internally the planks. That's my plan. So that this can always produce enough.
This is adorable. What are you talking about?
What am I getting bonked?
It's just a little cutie.
Alistair, before big redesign, may I suggest you look into advanced grinders available on this level of tech and the blast furnace? I don't think it's available on this level of tech. I have everything on this level of tech. And I don't see any blast furnace or any advanced grinder. It's next level, Mastani. Can I show you my upgrade tree? Yes, of course. Actually, I need to pick some upgrades. That is my upgrade tree. What should we upgrade? I think... I think we upgrade fuel. Zoomy belt. Yeah, yeah, my belts carry 2 items per second. So we're going to be producing 2 belts of planks, 2 full belts of planks in this setup. Also, hey Aliza, sorry, I forgot to say hi. Welcome in. So engrossed in the discussion, I forgot to say hi. And so yeah, that's my tech tree. So we have researched everything in level 5, and we are going to be using everything in level 5. Right, so yeah, we need to redesign basic fertilizer to be 9 wide, and then like design the advanced fertilizer part that slaps on it. We are going to need to redesign cork powder to be 9 wide and to be able to have a priority input. And I have prepared a lot of this. I'm not, full disclosure, I'm not going into this blind. I've been scolded by chat for playing on my own a lot in the past few days. I have a offline, off-stream save, which is less advanced than this in tech. But I have an off-stream save where I've been working on like brainstorming ideas for the design, basically learning to design better. And I have made a 9 wide basic fertilizer setup, so I know it can be done. I have ideas of how it can be done. I have made yesterday. I'm pretty proud of that actually. I managed to make a cork powder setup that's within a 9x9 footprint, basically. Well, not completely within. I have like a purchasing portal that pokes out a little bit, but almost within a 9x9 footprint. And I think with a bit of better planning, we can fit in a 9x9. Ooh, hey Guppy, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Be very scared, these guppies are hungry for your entertainment. We are here to bring one important ingredient in fertilizer. Lots of guppy poop. We need snacks to make that, to get feeding.
Thank you for the follow.
Hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome in, and thank you for the follow too. How are you doing, Guppy? Guppy poop, nice. My tasty guppy poop. Well, get feeding then. Get into the cheese zone and grab some cheese. Hey Guppy, hey Cody, welcome back in, Doran. Doing good. Need some snacks though, yeah, very understandable. How was Sunhaven? Did you have fun? If you need to raid and run and grab some snacks, don't hesitate to do so. But yeah, when you come back, let me know. What did you do? How did it go? Grill Guppy! Oh no, Guppy's getting grilled on a low flame. It was great. You know past every part of the game you have ever seen. Oh, nice. And there's still content? That's pretty nice. That seems like a lot of content. Because I've seen people going pretty heavy on Sunhaven. FG went pretty heavy on it, etc. So yeah, we were discussing plans for today because we've been very chatty. So I spent a lot of time just chatting. I didn't break Jesse's records, of course. But I mean, it's definitely been a record for this channel. We've been chatting for more than an hour. Very much yap. You finished the Elf storyline and most of the Darkness storyline. Oh, interesting.
Thank you for the follow.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous, by the way, so if you don't want to be called out, I won't call you out unless you speak up in chat. And thank you for the posture check. Zazayas Zerinapi? Wait. Zazayas Zerinapi. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm not exactly sure. Thank you for the posture check. Unshrimping in process. Yeah, so you see, we're definitely selling stuff. We're selling Jupiters, which is pretty nice. Like, one Jupiter sold basically covers the cost of one entire day of functioning for the whole factory. Oh, hydrate, thank you, Guppy. We're going to have an ad break in about 15 minutes. When that happens, I need to take a 5-minute break so I can refill on coffee. But until then, so yeah, we're going to design advanced fertilizer. So what I was saying is we're going to redesign this basic fertilizer setup to be 9 wide. We're going to redesign cork powder to be 9 wide and to be able to take the planks we're going to be producing while making advanced fertilizer. And I have never tested the advanced fertilizer conversion part, but I mean, it's just going to be a few table saws. I'm not too worried about that. I know we can do it. So let's get working. Let's go upstairs where we have some space and do some designs, right? So I think what I want to do here is play with verticality so we can go 9 wide. So this is a 3x3. We're going to need 3 plants, right? So we can have 3 plants. we can have basically the sage come back below. And then we can have ferni. Where are my ferni? They can be lined up with that, like this. Well, we don't technically even need to go below. We could just have these on the floor. Then we are going to need crucibles. Hang on. Let's move this back, I think. Just so they can be lined up. It's going to be aesthetically better. And yeah, of course, a big design constraint will be for things to be nice to look at. That's always a pretty important thing. These ones are going to have crushers. Ooh!
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the second follow. Welcome back. Hi, I'm so cute. Thank you very much. Welcome in the Yazarin Happy. Is that the accent? A lot of people say that about my accent, that they find it cute. And then we need... Is it processors? No, it's assemblers, isn't it? For basic fertilizer? Yeah, it's assemblers. Hang on. Here. And so we're going to need like 4 assemblers. And these 4 assemblers, I think we can put like basically below these. They don't need to be visible, and I prefer to have basically the burning things on top. And then we can have the stone crushers. We are going to need 3 of them. Where is it? Right here. We're going to need 3 of these. And they can be above the plant. So that's basically our schematic here. You love my voice? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm very sweet. Oh, you're gonna make me blush here. Silly mousey. What do you mean, Cody? How am I silly? How are you doing? There's 4 furnaces and 3 plant spots. Is this planned? Yes. So, the nurseries are going to feed the sage to these 3 crucibles on this furnace. And these 9 crucibles are going to be burning down stones made by these crushers into limestone. Well, how is it called again? Like limestone chunks, quicklime chunks, and then quicklime powder, right? So 1 grinder produces 1 stone every 3 seconds, and these consume 1 stone in every 9 seconds. So each one of these is going to feed 3 of these. So we feed these 9s, and we are going to need... where's basic fertilizer? Right here. We are going to need 15 quicklime powder per minute. So that's 1 per second, and so we need 9 of these to feed 1 per second. Wait, 15 per machine, so with 4 machines it's 1 per second. You get my drift. Yeah, so like these 3 are to burn the stones, and this one is to burn the plants. That's the plan. And then we are going to need to feed the output of that into another set of assemblers to make the advanced fertilizer. So maybe actually we turn these around. And maybe we can have the output on this side. And then we have another set of assemblers. That are going to be making advanced fertilizer by taking Gloom Fungus and the basic fertilizer that comes out of these. And same, so each of these consumes the output of one of these, right? And then we need so 1 Gloom Fungus per second. Hey Vava CX3, wait, C is 20, right? I think, in Roman numbers. So that would be 33? 100. 113 then. Vava 113. How are you doing? Welcome in. If you like strategy games, have you played Oddspark's Automation of Frostpunk 2 or Shape Hero Factory? I know about them, I haven't. Well, I don't know about Shape Hero Factory. This one is not one I have not seen. Wow, words, what are they even? But Oddsparks, I know that Zeta and Mastani have played Oddsparks a lot, and I really need to play it at some point. It's definitely on my list. Frostpunk 2, I haven't really seen any Frostpunk 2. I've seen Frostpunk 1, of course. Never played it, but I've seen a bunch of it. I've never really watched Frostpunk 2. Is it very different from the first one? Oddsparks is cute. Yeah, it seems very cute. Definitely a game I'm going to want to play at some point, I think. You wouldn't really consider it a strategy game? Yeah, more like a factory building game. It is different. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. Right, so we're going to need these, and then we are going to need table saws, right? Let's see, how many can I fit in terms of length? Like I could have one like this. If I take this, bring it, let's say over here. This would need to go 5 high. That might be too much.
Thank you for the follow.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. You pre-ordered Frostpunk 2, played the early access and refunded it. You didn't like it? What didn't you like, Fire? What made you refund it? You haven't played the first Frostpunk or much of the second one. Yeah, but yeah, in terms of factory automation, Factorio is one I've played a lot. We've played a bunch of it on the channel. I need to get back to it because I didn't finish Space Age and my Space Age run, and I really want to I really want to finish it at some point. We've played Stationeers a bunch. What else have we played? What else have we played in terms of factory automation? Let me look at my list of games. Games to play. Satisfactory we've played a little bit. In terms of automation, Oxygen not included, I've played just a little bit. I need to get back to it. It's also one of the ongoing gameplays we have. Yeah, that's... I'd say that's most of them. In terms of automation. Oh, well, Whiskerwood is more city building. But yeah, Factorio, Oxygen not included, Satisfactory. Yep. No Foundry yet. No, I haven't played Foundry. I don't know much about it even, actually. There's just so many games. Won't the assemblers face the wrong way? Which ones? So these ones output here, right? So what we can do... how do we orient things? What we could have here, for example... So if we want to be 9 wide, so there will be like one line here, one line here, one line here. These ones will be below the furnaces, right? But what we can have here... what we can have. So we put all this on a belt. Then... Wait, how do I make that work? That's gonna be awfully inconvenient, isn't it? We can have it below. Okay, so let's brainstorm that. Nope, not the entire thing. So what we can have is... Let's say this is my fertilizer belt. And then we're going to need to mix that with mushrooms. So I can have maybe 2 levels of belt. Yeah. Yeah, let's go with that. So this won't be on the floor, basically. Am I clicking... Why am I clicking all the wrong buttons? Come on, Alastair, get a grip. Out of nails already? Actually, that's going to be coming from the... Well, I don't know where it's coming from, but it doesn't really matter. But it really doesn't need to be all the way, that's for sure. Let's assume for now that it comes from here, but that can change easily. And then we get a second platform. And then for the sake of just design... we can have something like this. Then we go like this. Ah, come on, 4, not... Ah. So we put the stuff on the belt. And then over here, we do the reverse, right? So each machine takes from each belt. Okay, and then we can have little blocks. And same for the fertilizer. Each machine takes from each belt. And then we output over here. Oh yeah, it's a 2-wide machine, my bad. I was like, why is there a line of scaffolding here that I didn't plan for? Yeah. That makes sense, actually. Okay, so that's my advanced fertilizer output, right? And then this needs to feed... Well, really, the nurseries and then output, right? So this is 3 wide. We have one here, so we're going to have the ferni on top of this. Oh, I missed so much chat. Wait a minute. You're waiting to see how I'm going to connect the assemblers? You always struggle with that. Yeah. Timberborn. Oh yeah, Timberborn is also... Yeah. I mean, it's in between... I'd say it's what I'd call a colony building game, where you're kind of building up the logistics routes. You're not getting in the nitty-gritty of production lines so much, because you have guys that can go from anywhere to anywhere. It's more about putting things in proximity to each other and managing the logistics routes, this kind of stuff. Oh, we have ad break. We need to take a break so I can make coffee. But yeah, no foundry yet. Foundry is overrated in your opinion? Interesting. You're overrated. How did I rotate the individual arrows on that elevator? You might be in ads, so... Well, let's wait for the end of ads before I can answer and... before we take the break, I suppose. It means we're going to take a break after... Well, after the ads, but that's fine. We can wait a bit, I suppose. Or I take the break right now. Okay, let's take the break right now. And we're going to be back. Let me see. We're going to go for let's say 3 minutes break. Okay. I will be right back. I need to make more coffee. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Mark. And we're back. Just in time. I sat down at 1 second. Let me change the scene. And we are back. We are back from the ads. We had a question. Oh, thank you, Doran, by the way, for telling people who were stuck in ads. Yeah, so Haliza, you had a question. How did you rotate the individual arrows on the elevator? Oh, thank you for the welcome back. If you place the elevator, so if you hit the rotate button, you rotate the bottom arrow, right? So when I place the elevator, first I look at the bottom part, and you can flip them using the T button. Oh, thank you for the Prime sub, Triads. Welcome in. Thank you for subbing with Prime. You could have used that sub anywhere on Twitch, and you chose to do it here. Thank you so much, and thank you for the follow also, by the way. I really appreciate both the follow and the sub, obviously. And well, I suppose if you're subbing, it means you're enjoying the content, so thank you very much for enjoying that too. Yeah, so you can flip the direction of the arrows with the T button and rotate. You look at the bottom one and with the R button. And once you have decided how you place that, you click. Then you can change the length of the elevator. I'm keeping it clicked, right? And once you're in that state, you can rotate the top arrow using the R button. And then you release and it's placed. So that's how you control the elevators. Right, so here we can have fertilizer on that level. Do we want it on this level though? That's the real question here. So I suppose let's think about furnaces. So we're going to want our furnaces. I'm just going to place like furnace on the side here. So we have this row of elevators, that's 3 high. How do I deal with that? I'm going to... We're just going to model what we just did. By placing a dummy assembler here, okay? And so then we need to go 2 higher, I think. And then we can place beams where we can stand the furnaces, right? Unless... that's one thing to consider. So there's 2 solutions to that. We could go like this. Other solution? We have these big beams now. Wouldn't it be better? Yeah, definitely. Wait a minute. So how about we just do this? Well, I don't need to have these ones in the middle. I'd rather see what I'm doing. Which means I don't need that one either. Okay, then I can copy that. Whoa, I'm getting mixed up in my controls. I can do it. Oh my god, I need to relearn everything today, apparently. So we can do that, right? And then we have no problem placing the furnaces. Though we might not want this one. That one might be one too far. Because we'll need to bring... So the recipe for the basic fertilizer is to make quicklime powder and plant ash, right? So we are already providing the plant ash, but we're not providing the quicklime powder yet. What we can do is not misplace everything everywhere. Wait, so each of these wants 15 per minute, right? Maybe I am going to need to shift this whole thing back by one. That might be a thing. Because each of these grinders is going to produce... So... I mean... We have 9 of them and they need to spread to 4 of these, right? So it's like 9 divided by 4. 4.5 divided by 2, that's 2 1/4 each. That's kind of a mess. So I'll definitely need to like reassemble stuff on belts and then carry it down, but then where do I fit the elevator for that, right? And also I need the plant ash here, which I bring from over here. How do I get it down too? So yes, all things considered, definitely taking stuff and moving it back by one. Which the game lets us do pretty easily, to be fair. I feel like it's going to help us a lot to see better what we're doing if we have... Maybe I didn't choose the best place to do that project. Maybe I should shift everything a little bit. Easy enough. Yeah, that way I can access here, see what I'm doing, or jump on top of here and see what I'm doing here. So we take these, we cut them, and we put them on top. They're on top of the world. Right. Sorry. Let's see. So these plant ash merge together. And then they can just jump down. Where would they jump down? Is this a good place to? Yeah, it is. We just need to take this. And what is this? Ah. That would be a belt where I'm currently routing. What am I routing here? Mushroom or basic fertilizer? I think the basic fertilizer. Yeah. And I needed to get through. I think we can do it if we just have the basic fertilizer a bit further back. Then we can jump over it. Okay, so let's think about this. We're going to copy this. And we can put it elsewhere so we can think about it by looking at what we're doing. We're going to remove those. And all of this. No, not, not the floor. Don't remove the floor, please. Okay, so, yeah, so we have basic fertilizer. Well, we could switch them around. The basic fertilizer, have it further up, perhaps. I mean, it won't solve the problem entirely. It will make things slightly easier. Well, would it? I don't know that it actually would make it easier. Let's just cancel these belts. Not the floors, not the elevators, please. Right. Area select. That's easier. Controls are good, but you need to use them properly. Is the issue here. Problem is between keyboard and chair, isn't it? Well, I suppose one solution would be to elevate things by one more tile. It is possible. It would make things a lot easier. Actually, yes. I think that's the right choice here. So we put all this on stilts, basically. These go away. Because over here we're going to have elevators. Let me just put in markers so I see what I'm doing. And then we can just take this whole thing, including these. We cut it. We have the feet. We have these. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then a hole. So that's where my plant ash is gonna come. And then once every 2. So like 2, 4, 6, and 8. And that's where these go, and we're gonna have elevators here. And I think that's it. Well, and we'll need scaffolding. Of course. To support the rest. Fine. Sorry, we are too lucky to confirm. Well, that's a change. Chat wasn't very lucky at the start of the stream. Please, chat, don't tell me I was the only one who got that shot. Sorry, attention was elsewhere, lurking, one might say. Was it a good joke? I don't know, what did I do? I was playing... My attention was elsewhere too, apparently. Hashtag ADHD. Almost like I have ADHD. Oh, the problem is between keyboard and the chair. Yes, yes. It is. It is. It's always between. It is. Oh yeah, I forgot the third row of the output. Yeah, that doesn't matter. That's just a fact, not a joke. Okay, so now we can take the material from up here. Oh. Yeah, no, actually that makes sense. Well... We couldn't shift all of this. No, we can't. We can't. Yeah, we can. Sorry, I'm confusing myself. Right, so input is here. And these ones are outputs. No. Reversed. You go from bottom to top. Okay. Next, so we're going to need well, really my quick climb line could be over here and should be over here, shouldn't it? I think. Which means we might be able to shift things back down. Wait a minute. No, what am I doing? This is output. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Yeah, cancel everything. This is my output. This is my fertilizer belt. What am I doing here? So that belt we just placed is way too far away. Okay. But that also means we could have it one lower. Probably. Fairly easily. Do I need to worry about that? I don't know. Okay, first of all, let's replace that. But yeah, to comment on what you were saying, Spurred, earlier. Yeah, the controls are very satisfying. They take a bit to learn. But once you learn them, I feel the game gives you a lot of tools to work pretty easily with your factory, and you get them from the get-go, which is better, I think, than limiting your ability to actually build. Right, so we could have something like this. And then we take elevator from the bottom to the machine. Although what they give you isn't without any flaws. There are some issues with what they give you as tools to work with. And so I think we'd like to come down right here for the other one. And bring the quicklime powder here, so we'd have... How long is that? That would be 10 long, wouldn't it? So we can, I think, do like a support column. We're going to want wood here for consistency with the other ones. And then maybe... So something like that. We need to keep an ability to access the furnaces. So I'm not going to do a full wall in front of them. I'm going to do like a little wall but with gaps. And then beam to support the belts. And I need a second stack of boxes. They were the wrong direction. Yeah. Well, it's not really that the machines were the wrong direction, it's that... Like, it's machines in one direction feeding into machine the other direction. Well, this and this. But it's that... Hmm. Oh, I see your point. You might be right. If I did place the machines the other direction, it would be easier, wouldn't it? I actually agree. Scrap that, we're redoing everything. Not everything, but this block definitely. Right, let's reverse them. So... Yeah, no, you're totally right. Let's think about this properly. We need 2 inputs here. So, like, they can be 2 inputs on that side. And we're going to need a 3rd input for these machines. But if they're facing this way... Like, that's 2 input, 1 output. Yeah! Why did I do this? This was stupid. Okay. Let's try that again. Why? There we go. I can't flip that, can I? Well, let's replace everything. I feel we can get it into a 2 height. We're going to scrap this whole thing. That's fine, that's a normal part of the process. Don't be afraid to, like, do redesigns. I think we can get 2 height. The faster we can iterate, the better. So these are going to be like that, and they're going to be the advanced fertilizers. Oh no, no, it's fine. It's a normal part of the design process. The faster we can identify the flaws in our design, the less redesigns we're going to have to do. But perhaps we can reconstruct it, assuming the resolution is always what the joke could. What could the joke have been? Anyway, might have been actually the only one for unrelated reasons. So. Okay, so that's fine, and okay, so that might be annoying. Wait a minute. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, so 9. I want to be on the 10th one. So 2, 4, yeah, so ideally I'd want this to be an elevator. So let's remove these. And we're going to flip them. So you can be advanced fertilizer. Copy the recipe and we paste. Perfect. Okay, so no. We are going to have an elevator over here feeding one material and another elevator, basically two further. So over here feeding the other material. Right. So let's sketch them. They don't have to be the exact right height for now. We can redo them afterwards. Actually, we're going to want the belts first, aren't we? Otherwise, we're going to have trouble placing them. So one belt goes, let's say, here. And one belt starts here and goes there. Yep. So elevator coming down. Messed that one up. I hit T instead of R. I keep doing that. And this one has to be on a block. And... Ah! I did it again. Oops, I did it again. And then elevator up. Wait, this is an elevator up. I messed that one up because I had hit T and... Anyway. And so then we need to have advanced fertilizer output, and this belt with advanced fertilizer can go this way. Okay? And not interfere with that other one. That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. So these elevators go up. That's one thing that's annoying, is that when you want to do several elevators in a row, like the fact that you rotated the top arrow means the starting arrow is going to start in a different direction. And that's kinda annoying. But I suppose you can get around it by using copy-paste. But then you better have nothing in your clipboard. Right, because I can middle click to copy-paste this elevator and have the exact same elevator here. But then if I have anything in my clipboard, it will be overridden, so... right. You see my point, I'm sure. And so these need basic fertilizer and gloom fungus. So I can put... I think the basic fertilizer is going to go on the bottom and the gloom fungus on the top. Sure, why not? And gloom fungus. Yeah. Can be... Let's see. Actually, let's say it's going to come from that side. That seems more likely. No, it's definitely not coming from here, though. How do I avoid them connecting? No! Why are you trying to do that? Oh, wait, that's my advanced fertilizer. Let's assume it goes over here. So this comes out. Thank you. And this goes in. Thank you. We didn't sell that many vitality potions today. Weird. Oh, by the way, I forgot to do max hydrate. I made the coffee, but I didn't start drinking it. Poll question. Are you looking forward to an improved smell command? Yeah, we can do that. New poll. Hang on. I'm going to do it on the other computer. The idea was to not cut the music. And let's start the poll. Proposing a long duration. Yeah, I set it for 5 minutes. Alright, poll up, chat. Are you looking forward to an improved smell command? Hang on, I want to see how it's going. Do I need this? I really don't. I don't even remember what it's about. And it's probably relevant at that point. Okay. Then the inputs. Ooh, a raid! That's a Zera raid! How are you doing? Welcome in! Welcome in, Raider! Zera has gathered his party ventured forth and arrived here. May we stay here for a while? Yes, of course you may stay here. How are you doing, friends? Hello, Zera! Hello, Just BJB! Welcome in, everyone! How are you doing? How did the Alchemy factory go? You hope the factory is going well? Yeah, it's going great. Thank you, thank you. We are in the middle of designing... Well, I'll let you guess what we're designing right now. That might look familiar. I really wonder what it could be. You finally decided to go to level 5. Oh, nice. Looks at stream title? No, just look at the machines that are on the shop floor. Let's see. A bunch of assembler. Furnaces with crucibles and grinders, but like 9 crucibles with grinders and only 3 without grinders. Well, ignore the table saws for the moment. Nurseries, stone crushers. I wonder what this could be. It may look very familiar to you. Yes, yes, we are indeed designing a fertilizer setup. You got a Jupiter setup going at 100% efficiency at the end of stream. Ooh, exciting, nice. I have a Jupiter setup too. Let me show you around the factory. So, let's go. So this is the shop. Currently we are providing most stuff at level 5, except for turquoise and transformation potions. But other than that, we're providing most stuff. Jupiters are not fully stocked, but yeah. We have like glass and bricks builds, sorry. What's that voice? That are going to need to be redone at some point. They are kind of temporary because they're a little bit in the middle of the shop floor at the moment. But other than that, we have cannons overlooking the shop to kill the customers that are nasty. No, to shoot items into the shelves from the top. Also, we're not currently providing automated vitality potions. That's something I need to do still. In the shop floor, we have cork powder. We have these 3 setups doing cork powder. That's something we're going to be redesigning today. We have a few basic fertilizer setups that are fueled by charcoal at the moment that we are currently redesigning, because we're going to be making advanced fertilizer. But advanced fertilizer does need basic fertilizer. This basic fertilizer goes upstairs. We have this little raceway that I'm pretty happy with that allows us to send up stuff up. You like that setup for restocking? Yeah, I quite like that. That's what we ended up with. Another thing I'm pretty proud of is this technical column kind of thing. So here it's mostly used at the moment for money. So that's the main processing of money is going in here. We have a belt output that outputs like 1 silver stacks. And so we have these little half tile, well, quarter tile columns with a little platform inside made with shelves and beams. And then we have shelves going around and you see these wall pass-throughs. And so on top of here, if I have a little scaffolding. Yep. We have money that goes all the way around the factory, and occasionally you have cannons that allow me to like send money to the different builds. And this is hidden inside columns, which allow me to pass stuff up and down as much as I want to. And so here I can rehide it. So you have one here. If we go up there, so this one here continues over here, but at this level, so you see that money comes out of it here too to restock. Well, it stops here because we don't need to go any further. But it also goes the other way over here. And then it feeds the second one, which is also used to send up fertilizer and coal that's being sent this way. And so, yeah, This floor still needs to be organized a bit better, but it was way worse at the start. And so we have the planting that's basically on top of the fertilizer here. We have little iron and steel processing. We have like gears and stone processing, and this is our design workspace at the moment. Upstairs, we have a little soap build that I'm pretty happy with, which is right on top of the shop floor. You see the technical column again. That's where the fertilizer and fuel comes out for the soap build. You have like all ropes, linen, healing potions, bandages, and you see these 6 elevators of flax going upstairs. Yeah, we might be producing 2 pulleys per second here. Half of it going to a Jupiter setup that's running full speed, and half of it being for the shop. I kinda want to redesign this to hide these belts here, but yeah, that's what we have. And finally, on the top floor, we have bedrooms. This is Cody's bedroom and workshop, and this is my bedroom and the to-do list. And finally, the door to jump down when, you know, the shop is too much and we need to design some more fertilizer. Right, so this is the beginnings of our new fertilizer setup. We have a few goals here. We want this setup to be 9 wide, so it can be the same width as this farm build, right? So this is a farm build which is 9 wide. And so we want this fertilizer to be 9 wide, and we want to do advanced fertilizer with it. So the plan here is to do basic fertilizer redesign. Then these table saws are for grinding down. Where is it? Rotten logs to get gloom fungi. And gloom fungi are gonna be producing planks. So we are going to be doing a cork powder setup that can use these planks to feed itself, and if it doesn't have a use for these planks, then it's going to use its own planks from table saws and logs. That's the plan here. But we are still in the basic fertilizer part. Well, kind of basic and advanced, because these are the machines for advanced fertilizer. So these machines are going to be taking the output from the ferni over here, which send their stuff down. So we get quicklime powder and plant ash down through these elevators. They go on belts below, get fed to these assemblers. Oh, actually, I forgot one. Here we go. So 4 machines doing basic fertilizer. Output on this belt below, and are taken back by these 4 machines, which take the basic fertilizer and mix it with gloom fungus. So we're going to need to provide gloom fungus to these machines. So, gloom fungus input. We're going to have gloom fungus on this belt. No, not a wood block. I'm stealing your ID, by the way, Zera. I'm using stone blocks everywhere. I think it looks better, you're right. If any of you are not following Zera, definitely give him a follow. He streams basically every day and has been doing so for a mind-blowing amount of time. He is very into Alchemy Factory as well at the moment. We got him addicted, I think. Don't you accidentally use iron blocks like you did one build? Well, you see, iron blocks are not on my hotbar. They do look good though, the iron blocks. Alright, so that's gonna go underneath the furnace. Why didn't this one get selected? I suppose I double-clicked or something? Okay, this should be one too high, you know. So I'm going to take it and shave off the bottom tile, I think. Why is it? Okay. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, we cut and paste. Well, I suppose we could paste in place. Perfect. And then we take this and we move it back underneath. Who has errors? Who dares error me? Ah. Yeah, no, that would make sense. I've been stupid. My bad. Okay, don't place these. That's fine. Today was 1,134 consecutive days. Yeah. You're doing Alchemy Factory on the weekend, so you don't burn out like you do with some automation games. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, definitely better not to burn yourself out on it. That's a clever way of approaching things. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Oh. It would see my dirt. Well, that's a problem, isn't it? Or we can deal with that, I think. Can we? Yeah, we can probably... No, wait. Maybe not. Ah! Huh? Oh! Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that would be a problem. I misplaced the whole part. Okay, that's fine. So this assembler needs to be copied over here. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, I think we're good now on the assemblers. You have your output. All that is good. But the problem is I miscounted and I thought... Oh, that's annoying. I flipped these so the outputs would be in the right place, and no, they're in the wrong place. The problem is if I unflip them, it's still not gonna be right. I think we can fix it if we move the whole top part by 1 block. Yeah. Okay, so hear me out here. We can take this. This, we're going to leave these 3 blocks here. We don't care about them. We take, obviously, this and that. Nothing will be in the way if I shift... Oh, and I need to take this support too. And I will shift everything 1 tile this way. Well, after the end of the day, of course. Oh, we do have ads in progress. My bad. Oh, the poll is finished. What were the results? Overwhelmingly yes. And, huh? So 8 yes, 53% yes, 40% huh? And 7% no. So yeah, I definitely need to improve the cheese command, the smell command. So yeah, the smell command is, well, if you're familiar with Wyrmtalon and Elf streams, they have potion and shinies commands that are pretty similar. The idea is that like you come in, you smell something, and the command is going to give you basically random text about what you smelled. What does it not like? Oh. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Dang it. That doesn't work. Okay, we'll have to do otherwise then. And so currently there is a single answer. So I just need to like find more ideas of stuff you could smell. Also, yeah, if you're new to the channel, you don't know the cheese zone. The cheese zone is something you can enter once a day, and you get a random amount of random cheese. If you redeem enter the cheese zone like Cody just did, and Cody became 27% more mozzarella, and she is now 27% mozzarella. You can also, alternatively, grab a cheese from the cheese zone. You say what cheese you want to grab. You get a little bit less of a reward, statistically. But you target a specific cheese. And when you reach 100%, 200%, 300% in each cheese, you have the opportunity to get achievements if you're the first one to reach this milestone. Okay, I know what we do here. It doesn't have to be complicated. We're going to go around. This music is intense. Okay, so this is going to be taking the output of quicklime powder from these, bring it down on this belt and here on the top belt that goes under, and gets fed through these 4 elevators to the basic fertilizer assemblers. And then right here we need to have something similar, but for plant ash. I can talk. And so same, we take plant ash from the top. Wait a minute, I forgot. We have an assembler output here that needs to be brought down before I hide it forever. No. Let's go. So this is the output of advanced fertilizer, goes on this belt and is brought this way, and that's gonna be my advanced fertilizer output. Okay? And then right next to it we can have the input of plant ash that also goes to the basic fertilizer assemblers. And that will be nice, I think. Duh. I just need to reorder these belts a little bit. Okay, so they reach together in the middle, go down, that's perfect. Alright. So that's good. So here I have my 2 inputs for the basics fertilizer that are sorted out. That's all inputs here. Output for basic fertilizer goes on the belt and then comes back up for the advanced fertilizer. And then we need to provide gloom fungus. And we have advanced fertilizer coming out here. I am considering reversing this belt, maybe. Because basically then it needs to go to the plants themselves. So we might as well... Can I? I should be able to. Let's see. If so, that's the last machine. Well, the first machine. So the problem here is we have this belt that brings in. What is it? I think the top one is plant ash. Then we have the gloom fungus right next to it. Okay, so we do have to go around. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Because I was like, well, if I can't go on here, then I can just go out here and feed the nurseries. If I can't, I can't. What I could do here is go under and go back up here to whatever level is needed to feed the nurseries. That seems a lot more doable. And like maybe, oh, let's see. So the nurseries being 3 wide. That might be a problem, actually. So this is 5 wide. If this is a full block of stuff, like these being 3 wide, 5, 6, 7, 8, their output is a 9th, we can't move them to the side. And obviously if their input is against the butt of an elevator, that's a problem, isn't it? So how do I manage that? Because I don't have that many spaces opened here. Alternatively, if I shift, so I could have them separated here, but then we have the elevators for the first advanced fertilizer machine in the way, right? But if we shift these all by one, oh, we run into issues with that beam. Or we'd need to have the whole setup one higher, which is doable, I suppose. It is a possibility. Or we manage things differently and we don't do the nurseries that direction. We can possibly don't remove the floor, thank you. We could have something like maybe like this. And so we'd have the advanced fertilizer coming in here and here, and the sage coming out here and here. And we could run these belts basically here, or up here, or a mix. Like we could have advanced fertilizer coming out. Well, ideally, let me see. If we shift everything, so this needs to be fuel on this level. So this needs to be a fuel belt. So that's gonna be my coke powder. Maybe I need like wooden platforms here to help me design. That's actually maybe what they're useful for. So this can be my coke powder, either input or output, whatever. We burn stuff in the furnace, right? Then, so like this is an input. Let's say maybe bottom level could be advanced fertilizer, perhaps. So that could be my general advanced fertilizer output for the build, right? And so over here we can have no, like this. These arrows are sometimes hard to read on the elevators. And that's my other fertilizer input. Okay. Good, good. And then we can have sage. Maybe at the top, I suppose. Yeah, sure. Well, it doesn't need to go that far then. It can start over here. This can be an elevator. Uh-huh. And, well... should I shift everything by one? I think maybe I should. Not everything, of course, but like this thing. I think maybe I should. Like that. Yep, yep. Why did I not take... Fine. Like this? Yeah. We're going to need to replace the belts, but that's fine. Ooh! Brink! Welcome in! How are you doing? Brink of peeps coming through! How are you? Are you hydrating and love today's sprinkles? Love, luck and prosperity, slay human! Welcome in everybody, how are you doing friends? Hello, hello, what are you playing, Brink? Let me see, let me see. Oh, Sherlock Holmes, The Awakened. Oh, how was it? I like the Sherlock Holmes games. I have never played them, but I've watched a bunch of playthroughs of them. How is the factoring? It's going well, thank you. Welcome in. Who do we have here? We have Jules Foria. Welcome in. Flanders. Welcome in. Oh, Spud again. Welcome in. And Toom. Welcome in. Hello, everybody. Yeah, we're doing great. We are in the middle of designing fertilizer, advanced fertilizer setups. Welcome in everybody. This is my alchemy factory. Just started on Sherlock 1. You played the first game, so checking out this sequel and it seems exciting. Yeah, they're quite fun. Yeah, so I don't know if any of you don't know Alchemy Factory. Alchemy Factory is a game where we have a little alchemy shop. This is our shop. We are selling healing potions and mortars and a bunch of completely non-alchemy related stuff. Uh, but that are components into what we're doing, and we are even selling some relics sometimes when we have them available. But of course we have to make all of that. Ooh. Thank you for the resub, Spud. 12 months resub, a full year of subscribing. Joyeux anniversaire. Thank you. Joyeux anniversaire to you, actually. 1 full year. Thank you so much, Spud. I really appreciate the support. And yeah, so we are selling the stuff, but we need to make the stuff, so we have an entire factory making stuff, and we have cannons shooting stuff around, mostly money in my case. Over here we are making basic fertilizer so we can grow plants. So, end of the day. Hang on a second. At the end of the day, we have a summary of what we earned, so that's how much we sold. And what we expended, because to make this stuff, of course, we need materials that we buy. You can buy them manually, or you can buy them through magic. Oh, look at that. This Jupiter is 31 silver, each silver is 1,000 copper. So, like, this 40,000 copper is 40 silver. That's barely more than 1 Jupiter. Today, selling this covered the expenses for the full day. For making all of this, plus what we are using to design stuff. So, yeah. So we're growing plants over here. A bunch of this is us designing, so messing around with stuff, but we're making like steel and iron and nails. We're making gears that we're selling, we're making mortars over here and crushing stones. What else are we making over here? We are making soap, so we're growing plants and we're like growing sage and flax to make soap with it. Over there we're making ropes and healing potions and linen and bandages. All this kind of stuff. Is there a cap of how much money you can a purchase portal can hold? Yeah, a purchase portal stops taking in money from the belt or from whatever you use to put money in it once it has more than it needs to purchase one of the items you have set up with it. So it's gonna be clever about not taking infinite money. And that's going to depend on what you're buying with it. And so over here we are making pulleys using the flax that we're producing downstairs. We're taking these 6 belts of flax over here to produce pulleys and mix them with stuff to make Jupiters, part of which we use to learn stuff, part of which we sell. And on top, of course, we have little bedrooms. This is my bedroom, this is Cody's bedroom. This game is multiplayer. In this save we've been playing with Cody a little bit. And yeah, if we go down to the shop, you have people shopping for stuff. And so yeah, we were talking about purchasing portals, so at the moment we have automating cash machines. So people just grab what they need and come and pay. And the machine automatically checks them out, they pay the money, and the money goes onto these belts. I have a whole system here where I am redistributing on these shelves that go around the factory money around, and then I use cannons to shoot the money on the different builds. So you see there are silver coins here on this belt, and then this cannon can send it to the next build, etc. Ooh. So yeah, you can see them shooting money across from time to time. And somewhere below, where would that be? It's a little bit hidden over here, but we have these purchasing portals that hold money. We belt money inside them, right? And they automatically purchase something we tell them to purchase. So in this case, limestone chunks. And so you see here, it's saying cent 800, and it's going to stay here because the buying price is 600, so it has more than 600. So if it was like 200 and you provide it with a stack of, I don't know, 50 silver, it's like, oh, I need money, so it's going to take this stack that's on the belt. Here, that's why I have stacks of 1 silver coin on the belts, because it means it's going to take them 1 silver by 1 silver. So it's going to take a silver. It's like, hey, no, I have 1,000 copper. It's more than I need to buy some stuff. So I'm happy with that. I don't take anymore. And as soon as it goes back down below 600, it's going to take the next silver, etc., etc. If you provide them 50 silver by 50 silver, which I think is the maximum stack, then it will always take 50 silver, of course, but it won't go above that. Or if you provide it with 1 gold, or I don't know, 50 gold, it's going to take like basically 1 from the thing. And so yeah, so you see these purchasing portals dotted around, and then they provide materials, raw materials, to the machines, and then we process, so logs, stone chunks, iron, this kind of stuff. And that's also stuff we could buy manually from the guy across the street. So iron ore, logs, limestone, or over here we can buy like rotten logs, coal, this kind of stuff. I don't know what this gelatinous gridlock do actually. Let me buy one. What do you do? Oh, that's an achievement. All sticky. Buy a gelatinous gridlock. Oh, it's maybe to avoid... Cannot be transported via conveyor belt, so it can be used to block slots in storage boxes. Oh! Interesting. Hey, that's not bad if you want something to hold like 1 stack of something or whatever. I didn't know that. I saw that Zera was using them. I was like, what is this for? Why are you putting gelatinous stuff into machines? I see, no, it's to limit the amount of storage. I'm going to put that here. But yeah, that might be useful at some point. You can put same in furnaces and nurseries too, so yeah, so you avoid having too much buffer. And so yeah, what we are doing at the moment, chat, is designing a new build that is going to replace these basic fertilizers build to make advanced fertilizer, so more powerful fertilizer, that's going to be consumed less fast and is going to be overall more efficient in terms of money. We have a few rules about this build. We want it to be 9 wide because this is the width of our plants build. So you see like 1 belt for fertilizer, 3 tiles for nurseries, 1 tile for output, 3 tiles for nurseries, 1 tile for fertilizer. This is 1 build, so that's 9 wide. So that's the width I want to have for this, and it's gonna be auto-contained, well, self-contained. So right now we are redesigning the basic fertilizer part because this basic fertilizer that we have downstairs doesn't follow these rules. So we're redesigning basic fertilizer, then we need... Well, that's not entirely true. Hang on. These are in the middle. No, not this. Here. So I can walk below. like these assemblers are going to be the ones making advanced fertilizer. We're going to need to mix basic fertilizer with gloom fungus. And gloom fungus is going to come from sawing down rotten logs. And we're going to be producing planks that we don't have a use for in the basic fertilizer setup. But we're also going to need fuel. So downstairs we have a charcoal powder setup that produces the fuel. And here we are going to be making coke powder using the planks. So we can fuel this, and we're going to be producing extra coke powder that is going to go and power the entire factory, right? So yeah, that's the plan here. So these furnaces are going to be heating up the crucibles. They take fuel, so this is going to be our fuel belt. Down here we have nurseries that are going to be growing sage. That's the nurseries you were seeing below. If we take a peek, you see the green stuff over there. That's the sage we're talking about. So these 3 nurseries, we need 3 for 1 build. There we are going to take advanced fertilizer, input, and output sage. Let's go. So that's the fertilizer over here to feed these 2, sage output, fertilizer input. And so on top we have a belt with fertilizer. That's this one, and no, that's a fuel belt. Below is the advanced fertilizer belt. That's also going to be the output for the entire factory. Well, entire machine. And this is going to be sage. This sage needs to go to these 3 crucibles here. So how do I do that? Is the next question. I think that's a tricky question. I have a bit of a conundrum here, because if I want to put anything here, I need support for it. But this support is kind of blocked by the plants. You know what? I need to see how high the sage go. So let's go and buy seeds for it. Yep, let me through. There we go. So we plant the sage. So yeah, we need to go above these. I think we can do that. So what we can do here, we're going to have little lab stands on top of these belts, because they can support something on top. And then, no, not wooden block, I want stone block. Thank you. E. Right, so that's the minimum height at which I can place stuff above the sage. Okay, so then we can have beams. Beams need to be supported on both ends. That's kind of my problem here. There would be no problem if I could have like a block in the middle of a beam and then support it like this. Do I have steel? Yeah, I do. The steel platforms can sit on the nurseries to provide a platform. That's true, I could have a steel beam here. That's a good point. That would avoid a lot of these pillars. Also, hi, Petsman. That's a good point. Yeah, let's do that. I like your idea. Oh, you mean steel platform? Wait, what? Can sit on the nurseries to provide a platform above the stage? I may have misunderstood. Let me see. So, the metal stands here? Oh, they can! Oh, that changes a lot of stuff. Oh. Even with the little hole in the middle. That's kinda cute. I didn't realize that. Okay, that changes a lot of things. All of a sudden. I think the sage is going to go on top of the nurseries then. Yeah, definitely. I thought you were talking steel beams. But no, that's even more clever. Should I have it like this? Maybe not. Maybe I don't need the hole in the middle because I'm not gonna be able to place beds here, right? Yeah. No. Okay, so let's go with the basic one. This doesn't need to be here. Hey Mimi, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hello, hello. Seems like my lab is growing. It is. Although it is in a bit of a redesign phase. We are redesigning. We have for the past, like I'd say 2 or 3 streams, redesigning a lot of the builds. Because we have reached a stage in tech level where we can significantly improve the design of everything, and like you have to move stuff around so you can place floors down and you can start doing like proper architecture. Although it's not finished, we are starting to have an actual building, you know? Was a big week, but... a big weekend, but a good one. Oh, nice. So yeah, we're making an advanced fertilizer setup right now. And that involves a lot of redesign. We are redesigning a basic fertilizer instead, well, to replace the basic fertilizer production that we have down there. We are redesigning the whole fueling system because this is charcoal. We can now make coke powder for these. But at the same time, the coke powder we're going to be redesigning is probably gonna replace most of that. And we're making advanced fertilizer in the process. So yeah, we're making a better, more advanced system. The main design constraint I have is I want this to be 9 wide. Maximum. So you see this is 5, 6, 7, 8. I have one more width I can get away with. If I want to, I can use. But that's almost maximum width at the moment. And so yeah, we've been working right now on the sage. So we need to bring the sage out. Okay, so this changes everything because I think we're going to take away this belt. We just discovered that the lab stands, the big lab stands, the metal ones, I never used them, and I just learned that they can go on top of the nurseries, which is amazing. It changes a lot of things to allow me to, well, better work with them. This is annoying. Let me end the day, apparently. I think we're going to shift things to the side so we can see it a little better. I want to be able to, like, have more space around my build. Okay, not bad. 62 silver earnings and 26 silver expenses. Not a bad day. So let's have this. Yes, you too. Like, I don't know, somewhere over here. This is just placeholders to help me keep stuff in mind that we need to place. Let's go. That's better. So I can build from here and also go down here and see whatever I'm doing. Okay. So, over here, we are gonna want, I suppose, a big lab stand would do the job perfectly well. And then whatever we're not using, and where we need a solid block, gets filled with stone, though we do need an elevator. So before I do that, and we need also to change this one, I think. Wait, no, that's fertilizer input, so that's fine. But this is my output. We need an elevator. And that's gonna be an important one. Hello? And we are going to output like this. Yes. Oh, so I do need this space. Have you played this game, Mimi? I think it will be your type of games, right? That's a bit awkward. We would ideally like to have the elevator here to bring it up there, so maybe we shift this one to the other side. Oh, also, this is reversed. Did I mess up the other one too? Probably. Let's replace it. And then we can have these blocks here. Okay. And so over here, we join up these two. And then we can have elevator go up. And over there. Should I have one high or two high lab stands? I think one high just in case. I don't think I'm going to need them, but you never know. And this feeds these three. So that's my burned ash, well, plant ash setup complete. Save for the mushrooms, of course. Every day you saw me play this game, it seemed really fun, but you still have a bit too much of a backlog to get into another factory game. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I totally understand that. There are so many factory games where I'm like, oh, I really want to play this one day, and I just didn't get around to it yet, but I swear I will. We were talking about that earlier in this chat, right? I have an entire list of games to play, and it is deep. You take your time, but once you get into one game, yeah. And also, like, it's early access still. They're probably going to be improving this game a lot, so it might just be worth waiting. You finish way too fast, but you get way into... But yeah. It's consuming you. Yeah, I've been slightly addicted, as you may have noticed. I mean, no, definitely not addicted. What am I saying? That would be scandalous. Absolutely scandalous. Okay, so... we have this. So the advanced fertilizer circuit is complete, save for one thing, which are the stone crushers. Well, two things. The stone crushers here. And the fungi table saw. And of course, we need the fuel. Well, technically the advanced fertilizer circuit is not complete because like it comes out here, but it's not going anywhere still. But let's ignore that for now. So I guess the question is, I need to fit 10 table saws. That's a lot of space. How can I do that? So I could have, like, probably... Oh, that one's a bit awkward. Well, technically I could have advanced fertilizer brought down if I wanted to. That's definitely an option, right? To ride the advanced fertilizer on this level. And... that's actually something I didn't think about. I could have the sage doing that 2. You know what? Redesign them. Yeah. I think it's better use of the space. It's fine. That's also an advanced fertilizer one. Oh, this one's gonna be... Well, we can have a lab stand in the middle of the pillar if we want to. It's not as aesthetically pleasing, but who cares? Right, so plan B. Well, plan A, I don't know. Plan Z. Belt for advanced fertilizer. This music is intense. That can actually be my advanced fertilizer belt. This doesn't need to be. And then on top of it we have a sage belt. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's actually gonna be very good. Maybe. We'll see. First things first. We need to go step by step. If we burn steps, it doesn't work. With these problems, how do you hit an elephant one bite at a time? I think that's the saying. Something like that. And then we just need to bring the sage up, and that's the one where I'm like, How do I do that? I could have a lab stand, for example, on top of this. And just have the elevator over here. I don't know, I don't eat elephants. That's also a valid answer, I suppose. Okay, but first things first, we take this off. What's wrong here? Do not delete your blueprint. Repeat after me, do not delete your blueprint. Why is it telling me something isn't getting placed? No, we're fine, right? Yeah, I think we're fine. I saw everything. I don't know, it tends to make these weird errors. Okay, so we do this, but this time we do take this block that's required as support. Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking maybe we want a lab stand on top of that belt. We'll see. For decoration later. So we're not going to want that. What we want to do here is, let's see, I'm going to want to take that, so that's advanced fertilizer comes out here. I'm going to want an elevator over here. Then a lab stand on top of that, and then I'm going to want to elevate it again. And this is gonna be my output belt. So lab stand here. This is definitely becoming a lab stand or an elevator. We can choose, but like, why would it be an elevator in this case? And so I think we can just do that and have a belt here coming onto that. And I like the idea that the output is in the center because the input of fertilizer is in the center too. In the, like in these builds. My input is right here in the center. And we love multiples of 3. Actually, it's not centered. That's fine. We'll be fine. If it's one off, it goes onto an elevator, no problem. Wait, isn't it? Yeah, no, it is in the center. It's just that this is 8 wide at the moment. Which is all I need for now. That is why. Okay, so then we can replace the stuff on top, can't we? I think we can. The only thing I think I'm going to do here before then is a little bit of that. Hey, Cody. Yes, yes. I'm listening. What is it? Boyfriend says you cannot ask me what seal is in French. What type of seal? These words can have several meanings. What kind of seal are we talking about here? seal the animal or seal the seal? You think the animal? Crap. Wait, brain is not braining. Help, Mastani. No, it's not crap. Dang it. Oh, fuck. Yes. Fuck. Thank you, Mastani. Brain was not braining here for a while. I completely blanked on that word. Speaking several languages at once is complicated. Poor seal. Look, I cannot brain all the time. The language swap is hard, yeah. Though when you're used to it, sometimes you do it in the middle of sentences. I had a lot like that where... like we were a mix between... like a team that was mostly French speaking and a team that was mostly not French speaking or not French speaking at all. And so, like, depending on who was part of conversations, like the French speaking team, well, first of all, we're not like purely French speaking people, and also was a fairly small part of the overall team. And so depending on who was in the conversations, we would sometimes switch language in the middle of a sentence. It could get really confusing sometimes. It could get pretty fun. You blundered in French in DM only one time last year. You got so embarrassed talking in French to an English person was a bad move. Yeah, that happens. It does. No shame in that. I think most people on the platform can understand the issue. Okay, so... well, literally, so... not necessarily, actually. We also need to do the grinder. So this will be useful as support. Let's see. So we need to fit table saws. We need 10 table saws to fit the build. So I'm going to try to fit table saws basically everywhere. As much as I can. Can I fit one in over here? I cannot. That's annoying. Is it better? No, I cannot switch easily the sage. And the fertilizer input, because I would have the same problem over here with the support. And replacing this beam by a 3 wide beam is a problem in itself. So I'm not going to attempt to do that. But it would be nice if I could get this lower. Is there a way I can do this? I don't know that there is, to be honest. There's just so much stuff everywhere. What I could possibly do could be to get everything one level higher, and then we can have table saws on top. That's more likely to happen. Right, so we could have one table saw over here, like one table saw over there or over here. So that would be 2. I don't think we'd fit a second one before we need to fit the grinders. The crushers, I mean. Yeah, that's the plan. So, we need to patch over the gaps here. That's an important thing to do. Well, I mean, we can do that. That works. Pretty well, actually. I think we probably have like stone blocks on the side here as decoration, mostly, but also support for whatever's on top. No, wrong keys. I'm really struggling with the controls. Should I have wooden blocks on this level? Yeah, that's been my design choice so far. And like, if need be, like part of this can be replaced by scaffolding and belts. And it might actually be a thing that we do, especially in the middle here. I'm thinking middle might become like a logs belt. Hey, Grim Reaper! Welcome in. Thank you for the posture check. I'm giving you a free stretch. Boyfriend says there was a sentence that's really bad if translated to French, but he won't tell you which. Only that seal was part of the sentence. Do you mean translating to French? From French? No, actually. Yeah, because fuck is very close to fuck, of course. In pronunciation, so like, I'm sure there's a way to say something weird. Yeah, this could become a logs and a wood belt, probably. Well, wood and mushroom mix, really. And so, like, this could be, like, one... how high do I need to go again? Let me check. If I want to go over this... I need to go, what? 1, 2, 3... So, like... 4 high, including the beam, the ceiling. Sounds like bilingual pun territory to you, yeah. Perhaps could get heavy on the case. She might kill you for that. You can try. I don't guarantee your survival. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. So like this can go to a 3 high stack. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I'm still missing a stack. I think I'm just gonna have to have an extra stack. In which case... So let's assume we have, like... We extend this by 1. Like... Table saw length, let's say. Something like this. Right? So these can get 3 high. So including this, we can get like 9. And then we just need 1 extra one, which can be, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. This one, for example, because it would be right across that. And so we could merge outputs perhaps. And then we just need to sort the output, right? You think so? We don't actually have an actual pun as of now, but rumors. The case might be to hunt it down, slay it, and hide the corpse or something. As the case might be, bonus points for bringing it, it being lewd. That's legitimately possible. That's a lot of allegations. And of course, in all of that, at some point we'll need to have something buying money and logs, which I suppose could be over here. And so on top of this, we would have the stone crushers. Yeah, that does sound like a plan. One small concern. So let's see. Rotten logs. Process to like 1 item every 2 seconds. No, 1 item per... No, yeah, 1 item every 2 seconds. That's 200 total. Output. Hey, you popped in, dropped a posture check, and then ran away, so you were in the shop. Yeah, no worries. Hi, Grim Reaper, how are you doing? How is your Sunday? Happy Sunday. Okay, so we have 1 item every 2 seconds. A belt can carry 2 items per second, so a belt can support 4 of these. Maximum. Before we need to sort out the fungi. So I'm kinda wondering how to manage that, essentially. Because we need 10. Do we go maybe like 1 or 2 wider? And we individually sort the outputs, well, wider, not wider, but longer. And we individually sort the output for each table saw. That would be a possibility, wouldn't it? How would I design that? So we could have a filter. Right, we're going to need to test the filter. How do we configure that? Let's see. Let's say you filter planks. Where is the plank going out? I think it's gonna be on the yellow output, but I'm not entirely sure. So, two inputs. Generally, the output that's singled out is the yellow one. Let's see. Okay, whatever, plant and fertilizer. Yeah, so it's getting on the yellow output. And here, if I take this and I start taking stuff, it puts the fertilizer on the bottom. Yep. Okay, so we could have a filter, splitter. If we have it straight, it is too longer. Or we could have it to the side, but then it's kind of wider. Or we could have it on top, maybe? What if we do this? And then... a belt, maybe? And then we filter out the mushrooms. This is 3 high. And this can serve as support for the beams, even. They could do. And then if we do that, we can technically have 5 table saws on 1 plank belt. We are going to eventually need 2 plank outputs. That's fine. We'll work with that. Like everything on 1 fungus belt, right? Because in total we need like 1 item per second, I think, in terms of fungus. Yeah. So these 10 table saws are going to be producing 1 fungus per second. Did I eat before stream? Yes, I did. Yeah, I didn't eat too long ago. And did I hydrate? Well, I do have a coffee in my hand right now. That doesn't count? Yes, it does. What do you mean it doesn't count? Coffee totally counts. Never count without coffee. Nuh-uh. Yeah-uh. Nuh-uh. You? Nuh-uh. Yourself? You're a nuh-uh. I'm fine. We're fine. um. Right. Okay, so let's see. Two table saws. You have nothing to do here. We'll be filtering out mushrooms. Apparently not. The end of the day, I swear, like, the end of the day is always in the middle of selecting something or like building something. It's never at a moment where we're not doing anything. Ever. Let's go. We sold Jupiter today. Look at these godly sales. Sales. Oh, only expanded 24. Silver. Not bad, not bad. Right, mushrooms. At least he didn't cancel it. Can I copy the recipe? Apparently not. It's not a recipe. Okay. The planks are probably gonna go this way, I assume? But if you clone the splitter, it does remember the filter. Yeah, I would have assumed so. But thank you for the info. Thanks for the clip, Cody. Okay, so beams. Beams. Time for a full English breakfast. That's not even a half beam. Why do we not... I really want beams where you can control the length. Like, have it had different material requirements and design depending on the length. I don't care, but like, let me control the length, please. You'll go find pizza. Ooh. Can we steal pizza from Cody? Like, why is there not an option to make a beam that's like, however long this is, like 6 long, for example, right? There's no reason if you can do a 3, a 5, and a 10 long. Why can't you do a 6 long? But no. Right, so... like, this whole thing is 6... if I made them share this belt, I could have like a double set. Be let's see. $11, but that's still not a beam length. It wouldn't account for this mess. Cody, official pizza provider of the stream. Okay, in terms of width, this is 3 and 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. This doesn't fit either. Oh, why? And of course, like, the stun trick is not gonna work in this case, right? No, of course not. That would have been too beautiful. Too beautiful. So what can I do? Well, I could stack, like, have staggered height, I suppose. That would be an option. It would be a mess, but it would be an option. Because also, I can have a block on this side, a block on this side, but I can't have 2 blocks on this side because of the width requirement I have. And obviously the beams cannot share a block. What else can I do? The only things I have that overhang are shelves and beams, I think. And I suppose lab stands, but that doesn't really overhang. Hey Elana, how are you doing? Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, wait, isn't the bot giving you a shout out? What's going on here? How on earth is Elana not on my list? No, you are on my list. How are you doing? If anybody doesn't know Elana here, she's an amazing streamer. She is absolutely not addicted to blueprints at the moment. She totally is addicted to blueprints. And we love her for it. You're on the list. Yes, of course you are on the list. You're so addicted. You want to play so much more. Yeah. You're really making me want to go back to blueprints, I'll be honest. The problem is I can't. I've lost my notebook. I have no idea where my notes are. So yeah, we played blueprints on stream. It's starting to be a while ago at the moment. But so yeah, we've played blueprints on stream, we took notes on paper, and that was a mistake. And that's part of the reason why I kinda burned out on blueprints, because my notes became like overwhelming a little bit. And so for a long while I've been meaning to go back to blueprints, but I was like, I need to use Obsidian for that, I need to organize my notes in Obsidian. But it was a very large task in front of me that I didn't really want to tackle. And so watching Elana's streams has helped me organize my notes. Because I've been watching Elana and starting to organize my pictures into a dedicated Obsidian repository. My screenshots. But now I need to start including the notes from my notebook And if I want to do that, I need my notebook. And I kind of misplaced it. I think it's at my parents', which I will go there tomorrow, so I might be able to retrieve it. I think I brought it there sometime, and then forgot to bring it back somehow. And I'm making you want to play more Alchemy Factory. Ooh. Elana's been playing also a lot of Oxygen Not Included and RimWorld. She does pretend to be a RimWorld Plus streamer, although at the moment it's more like a Blueprints Plus streamer. But yeah. It is very good. It is very good. Though it is also a game that takes a while. Have I shown you my factory, Elana? I can show you around if you want. So these are my fuel generators. We are making coke powder from wooden logs over here. That's something we're going to redesign a bit later because I want a 9-wide setup. I know it's possible to do it 9-wide. I just need to do it. So we're going to redesign that and we're going to include it in the build we are currently doing. You saw a little bit the other day. Okay. These are the fertilizer setups. I have basically 4 basic fertilizer builds with a kind of independent fuel setup back here that produce charcoal powder just to fuel the furnaces. And then like each of these builds is like 3 plants and a bunch of furnaces with stuff and stone crushers and assemblers. So it's mirrored. We have one over here, one over here, one over here, one over here. This is a Cody kind of setup. I don't know much about it, but it's making vitality potions. It's unfortunately not fully automated. So it's not going in the shop at the moment. Over here we are making like clay bricks and glass. That's also something that's gonna get a redesign. Mostly because we want the shop to be fully enclosed. So we're going to move them anyway. We are shooting items in the shelves from the top with these cannons over there. Perfect demonstration, thank you. And then we're taking money and we are sending it back in these columns. So it goes on these shelves here. We have a money belt. It's getting shot to each build as required or between builds. You see these cannons, most of them just transfer money from one build to the other. And sometimes it allows us to do vertical transport of like fertilizer or fuel. And yeah, we have small features like that where we transport vertically like fertilizer here to these farms. And then we transform the farm materials up there so we can do stuff with like, we're making ropes and linen and stuff like that over there. Over here we're making soap. We're bringing, you see another technical column over here. We are bringing out fertilizer and fuel over here that we're sending to the soap build. Right now we're on top of the shop. You see it down here. And if we go over there, we are making pulleys and Jupiters, which is the first relic we are making, which is bringing us XP. So here we are accumulating XP. Basically half of the Jupiters are going over there and half of them are going to the shop. We're going to increase that at some point. And finally we have the bedrooms. This is my bedroom, this is Cody's bedroom, and this is the to-do list. So currently we're making advanced fertilizer. And to do that, we are redesigning fertilizer. So this build makes basic fertilizer and then sends it to these 4 assemblers. Maybe we see them better from this side, yeah. These 4 assemblers over here are for crafting advanced fertilizer. And so we're going to need to have 10 table saws making mushrooms and planks from rotten logs. The planks are going to be sent to the fuel part of the build, where we are going to be making coke powder. We haven't redesigned that yet. And the mushrooms are getting sent straight to these assemblers, so they can be mixed with the fertilizer to make the advanced fertilizer. Hey Pitaka, how are you doing? Ooh, playing green hell. Nice. Happy Sunday. How is it going? So yeah, that's the plan here. So we're brainstorming at the moment the design of how to fit 10 table saws in as little space as possible. Well, as little extra space as possible, I should say. Taking into account also that over here are going to be 3 stone grinders. So what my thinking is, we are going to have purchasing portals over here with the stone grinders on top. This is going to be purchasing rotten logs and stone. Then we can fit a 10 table saws over here. So the wooden planks from the gloom fungi. And then, hopefully, we can manage to, well, have the coke powder set up over here that's going to be taking the planks and transforming them, burning them down, etc. This game is great. Waiting for an update to play again. What are you waiting for in terms of updates, Pitaka? What's the features you are hoping for? I know I have a few that I'm hoping to that they include. But yeah, I'm curious what would be your update expectation at the moment? Pre-build would be 6 this spring. Yeah, creative mode. Yeah, that would be nice. Although, I don't know, like, you reach a point where, like, if we go in the shop, like, I have 2,000 silver coins in this box, and that's the stuff that wouldn't fit on the logistics, right? So right now I'm pretty much just doing design. A place to make blueprints. What do you mean a place to make blueprints? We can already make blueprints. I have a bunch of these. So I'm not sure what you mean by that. Or you mean you would want to make your blueprints in creative mode and then import them? But, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't feel limited much by... I mean, I'm limited in the order I can work my builds on. I need to have automated the required materials. But I don't feel limited in my design abilities at this stage. Because I have unlimited money, essentially. I can spend 100 silver on something if I need to, like, test a setup. It doesn't matter. Okay, so how do I support that? That's my conundrum at the moment. I think the easiest might be to have it be one longer. Though it's still gonna be a problem on this side, isn't it? Because, yeah, this is... let's see, if I take... No, I wanted area select. I misplaced my finger on the keyboard. If I take a blueprint of this, then rotate it. So I can have this like that. Oh, come on. Let's speed through this. We're selling surprisingly little. But then again, I'm used to my offline setup where I do have 100% approval. And where I'm selling like 250 vitality potions a day. Not vitality, health potions. But like here, maybe like half of it should go to vitality actually. So that might be a reason why I'm surprised by this. Right, so this could work, I suppose. We say the mushrooms go on top. So the mushrooms definitely like go this way. Especially at this level, because this is where I need the mushrooms eventually. So we are going to feed this from the top, I suppose. So here in terms of length, oh, that's so annoying. Like, this is too short. I suppose, technically, I could just merge these, couldn't I? Because I do have a belt over here. Wait a minute. Yeah, I do. That's a good point. So these would be like 4 table saws. This would be a unit of 4 table saws, where I suppose on this level at a 3, technically. So I don't need half of this. So technically I can just... Let's move these two. Cut this and paste it over here. And that just merges like the planks for 4 table saws and the mushrooms from the 4 table saws. And the planks from 4 table saws is gonna be like 1.6 per second, like 1 one belt can support 5 of them, basically. You just don't want to play more and burn yourself out before an update. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Absolutely. I can totally see that. That's a very good approach to things. But then again, at this level, it's only gonna be 3 of them. But let's assume for now that we're working on a 4. And so can I have the beam now? Even if it's only for half of it? Still a no, isn't it? Yeah, still a no. Ah, this is so annoying. Let me have one longer beam, please. Oh, this is so sad. Okay, so... then I suppose I have to have it higher. Alchemy Factory and Star Rupture are really fun. Star Rupture does seem really fun. I haven't looked too much into it, but it does seem really fun too, yeah. Absolutely. I hate this, but we're going to have with... the higher option. That's the only solution I see. Which I really wanted to avoid doing. But I don't think there's any avoiding it. Really. So, belt comes here. Does this need to be a belt, really? No, not really. I don't think it does. Okay. Because this is my mushroom side. We're still gonna keep the lab stones just in case, but I don't think they're required. To be 1 high. Doesn't hurt to have them. And on this side... So how long is this? We said it's 11 long. Freaking 11 long. So 2 times 5 plus 1. I'm just going to do this, I think. We're going to have a 1 block in the middle here. Actually, probably a wooden block behind. Yeah. That's acceptable. In terms of aesthetics. Then little stone blocks, and then of course the beams. And finally, Which side do we go higher? I think we go higher on this side. Yeah, I think we go higher on this side. So actually, this is not gonna be like that. Neither... Well, this can stay like this, I think. And this one can be stone. Wait. Well, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Right, yes, we do need the wooden block here. That's why I was confused. And then floor here. And I'm out of iron. Turns out we are right next to iron. No, not steel, iron. Give me a lot of these. Thank you. And then we can place another build of this if we want to. Except, of course, we're going to have trouble with... One thing I'm kind of wondering... Hang on. I'm having a bad idea. Let's grab a wooden shelf. I mean... Oh no, it's not gonna work, is it? This is weird. Like, why is it telling me I can't place it? It's not gonna let me place it when... Like, the support would be on this level and they're not supposed to attach to these. They can attach to these, however. So, like, I should be able to place... this here, no problem. But then, I mean, it doesn't really solve anything, does it? But what I was wondering was if I could place it lower. I don't think so. Mostly because of the filters. So I think we're stuck with that. And then either we place blocks on this and we go assuming like it's flat, or we go staggered. This is 5 high. We could place blocks. We could just place beams here. And go like that. It doesn't really matter. What does matter, however, is how we connect two levels. Like, yes, this technically works. I mean, technically, it's one lower than this. Anyway. So, on this quadrant, the next one is gonna be at this level. But that's not a problem, because we just need the one here. So if we need to do something messy to connect it to the rest, it doesn't really matter. though it might influence our ability to place it here. We'll have to see. But yeah, one thing I am wondering, however, is how brain? Brain's not braining again. Help. I'll need more coffee, I think. Yeah, one thing I am wondering... Oh, actually that's bad. Like half of this works, but this half is definitely not gonna work like that. Because of these and all of that. So we'll see. We'll just need to scrap this half of the build. I suppose that's kinda what I was wondering about, is how we connect it to the other side, right? Right, so we scrap that half of the build. That's fine. And then we'll need to custom make the other half. I don't see any other option. You can be wood. Oh, actually, this is 6 wide. That's perfect. You're gonna be beams because 2-3 long beams look far better here. Far more homogeneous than wooden blocks. That's one thing I don't like about the wooden blocks, is how there are different textures, there are different shades as the logs. I want them to update this so it has the same shade, like it looks. This, in my opinion, should look like a vertical log, a vertical beam, and connect to the next one. That would be nice. I do notice that we have ads coming in like basically 1 minute. It's rare that I noticed, but I did this time. So what we are going to do is we're going to take a quick 5 minutes break. That way I can go and make more coffee. You guys can go and walk around a little bit, grab a snack, hydrate, all that good stuff. Stop for 2 minutes designing your factory. I know what you're doing. Right, so let me go on the break page, and we're going to be back in just 5 minutes. You have a timer, and I will see you guys then. See you in a few minutes. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Let me go back to the main scene. Here we go. Thank you for the welcome back. So, let's see here. How are we going to do that? So we need to take this and basically attach it on this side. No, I need to cut it. Let's try that again. I think we probably want to keep one gap. That would be my guess. If only because we need to bring logs, we need to get the fungus to the right place. We need all of these things to happen. It's not gonna be super easy to happen. If we don't keep the gap. So the fungus output is at the right height? No, it's one too high, isn't it? Yeah, it's one too high. It needs to be on the second tile and it's on the third tile. So we need to bring it back down by one. Which could technically happen here. It would leave me more space to do stuff. Okay, we can do that. We are going to need to shave down. Okay, this was scaffolding, but no, it's annoying. Is what it is. Yeah, so I think we take this, this, and this. And this supports like everything on top. Okay. Cut that, move it to the side so we don't lose it. I could cut it and just keep it in a blueprint. But I've learned my lesson. There have been several instances of me accidentally middle clicking and losing everything, so I'm not subjecting myself to that again. Nope, nope. Be safe. Yeah, so we can just do that. It's going to, like, we're obviously we're going to need to have a lab stand over here to bring the stuff, but that's very easily done. Or we could put it right against if we want to. We'll have to see if we can, basically. That's going to be the question. Can we or can we not? And we paste that back on top if we can. That's the tricky part. Block height. Perfect. Okay. So now we have the fungi. Head to the right place. Good, good. Then we take this whole thing, copy it, and we paste it on top. And this needs to be 3 high. And that's where a slight problem comes in, because we're going to have a 3rd floor here at some point. And one of the constraints is it needs to be fitting within a floor height. I mean, it does seem to be about right. Hang on, let me go to the next floor. This music goes hard. That's one of the newest one. I mean, it's a good one, but it goes hard. A little bit too much, maybe. Yeah, no, that does fit. Especially if we remove the scaffolding structure, which is not useful on top of that. Because we don't want to stack something on top, right? Okay. That works. Yep, that too. We can remove these 2 blocks that are really just decorative, to be honest. And well, technically, no. Okay, just to be safe, I'm not going to click that. Better redo it. Okay, so that can be the height of my build. So we have 6. I mean, yeah. If we move it by 1 block to be against the rest, would that stop anything from happening? Well, it might stop logs from coming. Though, okay, that's maybe one thing I was considering. Like, maybe we can have the logs going from one floor to the next on the back. Maybe we don't need to have stuff on every level. And then it can go maybe out if needed and feed other things. Though if it does need to go out, then it means we need to be able to route it. And that would be this belt. And so if that's the case, we would definitely require the space, right? Then we have mushrooms. How do we bring the mushrooms down? And then we have the planks. Planks can accommodate, like 1 belt can accommodate 5 table saws. We have 6, so we have more than 1 belt worth of planks going, like, already on this column. But then we can split it, right? We can split it off. And then I suppose the question is, where do we need the planks to go? Okay. Yeah, so I don't think we should... I don't think we should bring it closer. I think it would be a bad idea. We need this space to wood stuff up and down is where we're going to end up at. What we can do, however... Oh, maybe it was a mistake to have beams here. I'm just realizing. Because of what we're going to want to do over here. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's... Oh. I mean, yeah, for now we remove the top parts. We have seen what we wanted to see. We don't need these parts for now. Let's remove that. Okay, so what we're going to want to do is elevator stuff between different levels. So that can be the logs going up, feeding the table saws, right? Do we want them? Like, do we want to go poof, poof, poof? Or like, poof, poof, poof? I think the latter is gonna be better. That does mean we want a beam right here. And we can totally do that. We can absolutely do that. What kind of support do we use here? Stones? I think stones. Why did I say stones and place wooden blocks? Thank you. Perfect. And that's 5 long. So we can do this without a problem. And then this can be our next belt, right? Of course, we're going to need like wooden blocks here. And I suppose here. As support for the next pillars. I almost kinda want to change this to wood for symmetry. Yeah. I think it... yeah, it might look better to change this level for wood for symmetry. What did I have here? I think I had a 3-beam and a block, possibly. Yeah, that looks plausible. And then we can have this. And this can be a block. Okay. This doesn't matter too much. But can I have the beam in the middle for symmetry? Yeah. And so this is basically just a space for the elevator on the next level. Okay, I like that. One thing we might struggle with is removing the middle belt on top. We'll see. So. There's one thing that shouldn't fit, it's the elevator. Yep. So this elevator, of course, is unhappy. But we don't care. Can we attack it from the other side? Yeah, that's easier. I think we have all of them. Well, we'll see after the new day. I suppose? It's kinda funny how 90% of the work is just routing stuff. And supporting stuff. It's not even about the machines. Like in Factorio, most of your work is about the machines. Here it's about the design of the scaffolding structure and where your belts want to go. Ooh, slow day today. No. Ah, better. We're still going to need a block here, aren't we? Okay, we can do that. I wanted to avoid having the scaffolding if we could, but it turns out we can't. That's perfectly fine. Ooh, got new skill points. Ooh, tasty, tasty skill points. For me. Ooh. I'm just realizing... No, we do need this space because we have a belt going through. So I can't bring down planks over here. I could do it on the next block, but can't do it here. That's fine. Next level. Would be something like that. Except, of course... Oh, was pushed against the ceiling. We're on top, so we don't need all the supports. Which is a significant amount of the structure, to be fair. Yeah. I think that's pretty much it. Maybe we can remove at least this layer. And yeah, this is the mushroom output. Okay, so let's have a look at the skill point. What do we upgrade next? Maybe the skill points themselves, honestly. Oh. One thing I forgot to do. We need to change these belts. Of course, this one needs to be removed. I don't know why they don't reorient properly. Okay. So that works. So then I suppose the main questions that remain are... what do we do with these table saws? And this one. I mean, technically... this one could be a 2 height. And then this one would only need to be a 2 height too. And that could make things slightly easier. Though I'm not entirely sure it would. Thing is, if I flip that table saw here, and let's say like merge the output, we could absolutely do that. So this would be like 3. With these two it will be 5. Then we could merge the outputs of like two of them and one on top. I mean, that could be a thing. Which means we could have something at this height. If we want to. Though how will we support it? I'm not sure we could. And then we need to bring the mushrooms down. And that might be the tricky part. The advantage of that... Oop. I bonked my mouse while trying to grab it. Yeah, I mean, we can try that. Worst case scenario, we bring it back by 1. It's not the end of the world if it's 1 longer. I don't want... like, I want to keep the build as compact as I can. I mean, if I can't, I can't, right? Let's... I don't know. Okay, so let's see here. Let's start assuming a routing for the mushrooms. I think that's the best option. So, mushrooms come in here to be brought to the assemblers. That's the elevator we have reserved for them. That's where they need to go. Then we need to elevate everything down. Well, everything, just the mushrooms, of course. But we need to elevate them down. Okay. Lab stands. I think I'm going to go 1, then a wooden block, and then repeat. Yeah. So, you are mushroom output for this. You come to this elevator to be brought down. And we need to do the same thing on the next floor. So, pretty easy. That part is not the complicated one. Wait, no. Not this. This is an elevator. Sorry. This is so high. Wooden block. Oh wait, I forgot to remove this belt from the top one. So before I forget, this is too low. Oh, and this is too high. Right. I have the solution. We want an intermediate height. I have the solution. Okay. Actually, this might be helpful. Well, only if I could. Only if I could parkour my way. Which I can't. So, forget about it. Alright. So, this is the mushrooms brought down. For the whole build, we just need to bring the mushrooms from these ones in here. Can do? Well, possibly. Maybe. We really might need to bring that back by 1. Yeah, I think we do. I mean, we could mess around with the height of stuff and like bring stuff over here and around on top. It would be a mess. Or we could just accept our fate and make it 1 wider again. Well, not one wider, one longer. It doesn't go wider. That's the rules. That's the name of the game. No, the name of the game is Alchemy Factory, actually. I'll have you know. Right. Yep. That's placed correctly. And that's going to make our life a lot easier. As soon as you release constraints, it makes your life a lot easier in terms of design. Of course, it makes the design a lot less compact. But I mean, it's just 9 tiles of floor space. It's not that bad. But like, if we do that every single time, then at some point it becomes a lot more floor space. But we're fine, we'll be fine. Don't worry. Do not panic. Well, not yet. Please. Right. So. What is this for? Oh yeah, fuel. Oh yeah, we'll need to bring fuel somewhere in this mess. Well, I suppose like this could be a fuel line, potentially. We have option. We have option. Okay, so I think this turns around. First of all. And we're not out of the woods with that one yet. Because, like, we pretty much have a solid wall against it. So how do we cover it? That's why I'm kind of hesitating to just have like a 4 build on the top floor. Have this one isolated and have this one isolated. Right? That would help things a lot. Because then we just have to support the top floor, but we have all the space in the world to do that. Yeah, I think I just convinced myself. Look how easy I am to convince. And then, like, we need to bring logs back down from the top floor, potentially, or something. Because we can route between the top floor. Yeah. Alright. Good speech, Alastor. So, how do I do that? Well, essentially, on top of that block I need the support for a 5 wide, and then like 5 later I'll need another support, and that's basically it. I mean, I'll need a column over here, but it's self-supported, pretty much. Do I even need it? No, maybe I don't even need it, because I just need to bring the stuff across. Hmm. Nice. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 width. Of course, it comes just after the furnace. Should I have a wooden block on this level? Yes. For aesthetics. Not a table, no. No table is gonna be part of this design. No tables were harmed in the making of this build. Except for table saws, but that's different, right? Table saws don't enjoy the same right as everything else. What am I even saying? Sometimes you say something and you're like, what? Especially as a streamer. That didn't even make sense. Right. Moving on. As swiftly as we can. Yeah, so... Do we go 4 high? I mean, I don't know, because behind... Yeah, I suppose. Where was that block placed? Let's see how much money we made today. Ooh, we sold a Jupiter. So today is gonna be a big day then. Yep. We made, well, basically 60 silver and spent 20. Not bad. Not a bad day. I mean, no, that's just decoration. Yeah, that's just decoration. The one that really matters is this one. Right, I do need a central column, don't I? I do. And that's where we're going to have to think for a little bit. Well, first things first, maybe. We do have a wooden beam. That's not a wooden beam. That goes across here and across there. Might want to reverse the order of these, I'm just realizing. Because this being one higher, I could use the extra height allowance of this side to fit this table saw. Because on the other side, like, the table saw's squished, basically. Yeah. So let's reverse these. This needs to be one lower, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Right, and this needs to be one higher. Hey, TwitchNut, how are you doing? How is it going? It's going well, thank you. Nice build. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are making an advanced fertilizer build. My main challenge here is I want this build to be 9 wide maximum. And to fit within 1 floor space of height. So over here we have the basic fertilizer part. Hang on. Where can I see stuff? We have the advanced fertilizer machines over there. This is a table saws for the mushrooms. So we need 10 table saws to feed that build. We have 4 machines making advanced fertilizer. We need 10 table saws to feed that, and we're going to get 2 belts of planks, basically, as a secondary output that we're going to use to be making coke powder with. Which is a part we haven't designed yet. We haven't even started on it. But yeah, so right here we have a column with 6 table saws. We are starting the mushrooms are coming down through this column of elevator and into this elevator over here. And that's how they then get distributed everywhere in these assemblers. And then on this side, if I remove these, that's just scaffolding. We have the planks coming out on these belts. And finally, we have rotten logs coming inside the build, in the middle of the table saws over there, getting distributed over here, and elevated to the different parts of the build. That's where we are at. And so we need to fit 4 extra table saws. Question is, where do we put them? So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to have 2 on top, mirroring pretty much. Let me go on the top floor. Yeah, so we're going to mirror these 2. And basically just inject the stuff in here. Because the belts can carry... well, the limitation here is going to be the planks. And we have belts going at 2 items per second. So they can carry 5 table saws worth of planks. So we are going to have the top 4 working together. And then we are going to have 2 odd ones. That's basically the plan here. Like maybe this space can be used for buying stuff. We also need the stone crushers on top of here still. So yeah, I think we're going to have buying portals here, this kind of stuff. Yeah, so that's what we are working on. And so here we're going to need a middle support, right? Very nice, thank you. I'm out of nails. My nails are being produced over here. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Don't hesitate if you have questions. That's for every viewer, really. Like, if anybody has questions, don't hesitate to ask. I'm always happy to explain things, explain better what I'm doing. If I'm not being clear about what I'm doing, that can happen. Or, like, show you around stuff. That's always a possibility. And I'm always happy to do so. Do I ever use shelves to support the table saws, or does that not fit my build style? How would I use the shelves to support table saws? Like, how wide are they actually? No, they're 3 wide. So they wouldn't fit on a shelf being too wide, right? So let's wait. Stupid question, are there more types of shelves? No. We only have one type of shelf. Okay. Because I have had other buildings. Like, for example, the hopper is a big one, where the other day, by accident, I hit T and I was like, wait a minute. There are other types. You can put 2 side by side facing each other with that. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm using this type of construct for a few things. For example, we have these floating stairs. Maybe I can show you them from below over here. So for example, we have these floating stairs. I saw afterwards that it was just like the last update, but like when I saw it, I hadn't noticed the update. So I was like, wait a minute, that's completely new. But like they are just not just that. Like, for example, I don't know if it's the last update or not, but for example, you can flip that. I didn't know that, you know? So I was wondering all of a sudden if like there was a 3 wide option for shelves, that would be amazing. Unfortunately, it's not. That would be nice. Yeah, so I'm using it for floating stairs like that. I have this construct over here that allows me to have kind of a dome structure. I can use it to send stuff from the bottom in here. But I can also use it to replace one of the beams with blocks and with a scaffolding to put elevators, so that's how I bring my fertilizer up. So like this whole build here is gonna get replaced by what we are making at the moment. Another way I do use shelves is we have these technical columns that you'll notice in several parts of the factory. It's a quarter tile enclosed by half walls. And basically we use it to transport mostly money up and down, and every now and then we have this shelves-based structure. And we have wall holes that send money on a belt along this whole shelf going around the floor. And so every now and then you have a little shelf structure to take money off, put it in a cannon, and be sent over to the different builds. Right, so you see we have this here. We have this over there to fill these builds. We have... Same, that's the second floor of this technical column that you saw downstairs. That does the rounds over here. And over there. And then over here you see the start of another one, and you see that we're injecting more stuff in it. And this is fuel and fertilizer that we use the technical column as well to transfer between different floors. So that's where it comes out here to feed the soap build, for example. And then we have these that would enable having money distributing on this floor if we needed money anywhere on this floor, but at the moment we don't. And then it continues up. And over here we have pulleys and Jupiter, and these builds do need money. So we distribute the money with cannons. But they don't need anything else. Well, they do need the flax that's coming from downstairs. But the flax is just being sent up over here. So yeah, I do use shelves in some types of builds, but not as part so far of like builds. The main problem with shelves I would have is I'm building 9 wide, and shelves don't really fit that structure. Holy sweatshop Batman, do you think Astor pays the cogs in his machine? Hey George, how are you doing? I mean, not to brag, but like, this sweet baby can produce 2 pulleys per second. Half of which is running full time, because we're producing Jupiter's full tilt. And it's not enough, because we're consuming half of it. I do need to go... yeah, so here's the shop. We have cannons around the second floor, shooting stuff down. So you see the start of the technical column over here. And these builds still need to move. They're gonna get redesigned. You see that they're still using camping tables. So yeah, that's all old design, but I'm working on other stuff right now. I mean, technically, like, I think the whole bottom floor is gonna get replaced soon, because this is my coal coke. Well, my coke powder, I mean, made from wood, actually. And this is my basic fertilizer build. So, like, we're going to replace all that with advanced fertilizer stuff. Which is what we are working on. No, it's downstairs that I wanted to replace the wall, my bad. So, no, are we against table? Yeah. My main qualm with tables is that they are a weird width. They are 7 wide, nothing fits a 7 width. Like, it matches literally nothing. They would be 8 wide, they would be more useful. They would be 6 wide, they would be more useful, but like, they don't work well with boxes, they don't work well with beams, they don't work well with anything. And it's hard to root stuff below it. So I'd rather replace a table with beams and supports. Make my own table, right? And also, I don't really like the aesthetic of the camping tables for this kind of big factory style that we are starting to have. Warning chat, we are about to have 3 minutes of ads in right now. So, yeah. Sorry about that, it is how it is. Still not sure what I do here, but like, this is gonna be like that. Although I would love if I could adjust the length of beams. It would be so much better. Like this, maybe? Sure. And then we have a beam across. Okay, so that can be my support structure. And then... I don't know. Whatever. Maybe I want this on the outside? Yeah, might as well. It's just going to look better. This is purely for aesthetic. Okay. So, two things we need here. We need to go across. End of day. Let's see how we did today. It's probably not any different than any other day. It is a Jupiter day today. We sell a Jupiter about once every 2 days. So I think we need to double the production of Jupiters. Which will do, but yeah. Not right now. We have other things to attend. We'll redesign the pulleys build at some point anyway. But that's low priority, to be honest. I think my plan, once we have this functional, is to tackle turquoise and probably transformation potions. I think that's kind of the plan. No, actually, vitality potions first. First vitality potions, then turquoise, then transformation potions. Maybe before transformation potions, it's possible I might redesign bricks and glass so we can make a better looking shop. But that's kind of the plan. And then maybe we'll come to redesigning Jupiters. But I want the fertilizer redesigned so we can feed more plants more easily, because like everything we're going to do is gonna require more plants, right? Well, not the transformation potion, but like everything else is going to require more plants. So really it's going to help a lot to have all these things. Yeah. No, actually yeast powder also requires plants, so yeah. We're definitely going to need a lot more plants by the end of it. And fertilizer is just going to be very helpful with that. So it helps with everything. Okay. So obviously 2 table saws here. Yep. Let's see. So, do we do the same scaffolding structure? I suppose we do. So, large one, block. Large one, block. And that's it. Yep. Ah, interesting. So now we need to replace the belt that we removed earlier. But reversed this time. Because we want the logs to go this way. Perfect. And then we are going to need a 2 wide structure here. Before I do that, should I? I mean, I could have a table saw at this level, I think. I can actually do that. Hey, Ditherwraith, how are you doing? Welcome in. How is it going? Yeah, this can totally work. Dang it. Okay, we're going to need to deconstruct a bit of what we have just done. You're at work, you'll just be listening. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for lurking and working. I hope you have a good time at work. I used to do that a lot with FG. When I was at the lab, I would run experiments which took like a few hours. And when you run these experiments, like, you're adjusting things, you are like looking at the graph, making sure that everything's going well. Every once in a while you have to like click on a button or something, but like most of the time you're not actively thinking, you're not doing something that requires a lot of attention. So I would just tune into FG's streams and use it basically as an audiobook. So I wouldn't get bored. It was great, actually. Because like I used to watch FG. Why? What's going on here? Why is it I'm just pressing B. Why is it automatically I'm not clicking my hand? You can see, obviously. I don't have a camera, at least yet. But like, my hand is up in the air, it's not on the mouse. I just press B. And it selects this. Why? And then I right click, I point at something else. I have not clicked anything, I press B, it selects it. The heck? That's weird. Well, that's a weird bug. Okay, so I want to select like this whole block. Yeah, so I used to watch FG a lot. And then, like, her schedule changed, my schedule changed. I couldn't watch her anymore for a long time. I was a bit sad about it. Okay, so we can take this off, put it over here. Yeah. Let's do that. We remove this and that. Is that what happens when you hold Shift, Control, Add-on, and press B? Maybe one of those keys stuck down in the game memory? Yeah, I suppose it is, because it started happening right after I did a Shift select. But like, I don't know, if I press Shift and B, normally it doesn't do that. Or like Control and B, doesn't do that. If I press Alt and B, it doesn't do that. I think it was just stuck in like area select mode or something. And so it would select whatever I was looking at. Because when you press Shift, normally you activate area select. So I think it was kinda stuck in this mode. But in a weird way. And then we put down a beam. Let's go. I'm not sure what to do here though. But it's okay because like we can remove this table saw and we can place it here. I don't have to do in this menu, I could just go here. And then we can have this join across. I think that's the plan here. Oh, and then I can fill this in, right? Because now I'm not constrained anymore. Yeah, that's a great plan actually. Oh, and... Ooh. I have an ID. Chat, I have an ID. So let's pretend that like we buy our rotten logs over here, for example. Right? If we have the table saw, like off to the side. Oh no, that's not gonna work because of this. It's okay, I can make it work. Otherwise... that can still work, probably. But it means I'm going to need to route stuff around. Which we can do. Can absolutely do. So... rotten logs go here. So if we bring the rotten logs over here, right? That wouldn't be bad, would it? Because... oh, because then we can send it across. And that's where we want rotten logs, isn't it? Except we might need to reverse this. Like maybe this belt on the bottom is superfluous. But then again, I might as well just buy it down here. Why don't I buy it down here? I could just bring the money down and bring logs back up. I have the space to do that. And it would be cheaper. Purchasing portal could definitely fit in here. I just don't have any on me. Let me go buy sigils. Just curious, you chose 9 white to fit between pillars and stuff? No, not necessarily, but that's also a good plus for it. I chose 9 wide to fit my farm design, which is 9 wide. So I can show you the farms. They're right behind the build. So this is my farm design, right? And I bring in fertilizer over here. I split it in 2 sides, bring it down each side, and then I bring the produce back out over here to be sent to other builds. And so this is 9 wide. And I'd like... It was a bit frustrating for me aesthetically. When I made this was after I made my fertilizer build. And so that's my current fertilizer build, which is, I don't know, it's very flat, so it's whatever it needs wide, right? But then I had to bring like elevators like to the side of it and in the middle of it. And over here I had to place a beam on top a stone crusher to elevate the stuff up. And I just don't like the looks of it. I want to be able to like have a build over here, have the fertilizer go up like that, and it looks nice, I think. So yeah, that's the basic idea of this. That's where the design constraint originates from. And also, like, the game loves multiples of 3, right? This little beam is 3 wide, so 9 wide is 3 beams. 9 wide is 3 stone furnace. Everything goes in 3. Or 2 stone furnace plus 3 belts. So yeah. Okay, so yeah, we were saying purchasing portal can be here. Wherever we want, really. I mean, it could even be here, but then it wouldn't be very practical. And then we can elevate stuff if need be, very easily. Can it be even closer, actually? Yeah, it could technically, but then I would have issues with this whole thing. It's messy enough. Just to check before I start committing to that. Yeah, that works. Okay. So then we can have belt output right here. And this is what I had assumed would be the rotten logs input of the entire thing. That means this... Let's just delete them. This problem is kinda reversed now, where it's more a case of let's elevator things up and we'll be fine. And we can just do this right here, and it's going to help with constructing the support structure that we want anyway. I mean, technically, for symmetry, we could do... Oh my. The game freaked out right here. Yeah, I actually like that. I actually really like that. And then wooden blocks, of course. Nope, end of day already.